Welcome. In front of me is an MacBook Air, and today I'll be going over unboxing of this new model from 2026, checking out its specifications and talking about the build quality and giving my general opinions about it. So let's just get straight into this. Now, in a previous video that I was recording, at least just a moment ago, I was taking a look at the iPad Air, and I came to the conclusion that honestly this seems to be a much better value over that, and I'll go over that in a moment once I get to the specifications and price. So anyway, let's just get straight to the unboxing. And hey, Samsung, take a look at this. Look at that. There is a little strip. This is made nicely. It doesn't rip halfway throughout. Try this maybe instead of your crappy little pull tabs that you decided to implement. There you go. I do like the Apple pull tabs. They don't rip halfway through, which is something that Samsung seems to not know how to figure out. They managed to figure out a freaking hinge on a foldable device, but they can't figure out how to add a pull tab that doesn't rip halfway through. Anyway, here's our device in this nice bluish color. Cool. Has some heft to it. I'm gonna set up this to the bottom right here. And even though the box is absolutely huge, like as you can see, we get no charger. Because of course we don't. It's Apple. You spend $1,100 on a laptop that doesn't come with a charger. Honestly, that is a bold choice. Literally, I think every other device comes with a charger in a box, but this one doesn't, because it can be charged through Type-C, which means you can buy it separately. Anyway, let's just eat that to the side. Stupid garbage. Anyway, so here is our device. Relatively small. Obviously, it's a 13-incher right here. Is this rubber or plastic? They are hard enough for me to think that this might be actually some kind of plastic, and I'm pointing that out because they just drops kind of harshly, slips around, as you can see, quite easily. So in terms of kind of being sturdy on a table, not moving around, not the best experience. But hello, are you kidding me? There we go. Now it's opening up with one hand. It seems like it was literally stuck together. So anyway, obviously the moment you open it up, it starts to boot up. And I do have to give it props. I do not like Apple, but their laptops are, oh, chef's kiss. Something about the way they're made, the way they look like, the quality of it is just peak perfection. I take that back. Peak perfection if we don't count this bullshit in here. The notch. Jesus. Why is it here? You cannot freaking tell me that there was not enough space in that bezel to put a freaking camera. Apple. What is Apple's fetish with adding notches? Notch here. Like, you just stop it. No one wants this. Literally no one. And no matter how much you try to bait people into believing that, oh, notches are great because we have Face ID in there. Well, every other phone manages to have Face ID without it. Okay. Now, that being said, I'll be pretty positive about this device because it is generally a good laptop. So, let's start off with the build quality, as I genuinely do love the build quality of MacBooks. They're made out of aluminum all throughout, and the way they're just kind of like designed, it just feels quality. Something about the roundness of the edges, though this one is a little bit less rounded, at least at the top side where the display is. But for instance, the Neo has a bit more of a rounded kind of all throughout design, similar to how MacBooks, like the old MacBooks that used to have the Core 2 Dual, the white ones, plastic ones, right? Those are also rounded all throughout, and that felt super nice. It would have been nicer with aluminum body, and that's why I kind of like the Neo a little bit more in terms of design. but it's very similar to this. And in any case, either one just feels premium. Wait, I just realized something. Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me right here. So, I do want to point this out while it's fresh in my head and in my rage. They have the audacity to sell a $1,100 device, laptop, and give you a Type-C charging cable.
To use English as the main language,
press
the return key.
And the laptop itself has a MagSafe charging. Now, I'm one of those boomers, though I'm only like 35, already. So I used to own, back in the day, a MacBook Pro. When, again, sometimes in the times where Core 2 Duos were the thing that MacBooks have, right? And the MagSafe charger, the entire brick with a cable that would attach there, came with the device. I didn't need to buy it separately. And even better off, those laptops costed less. Amazing. But in any case, that out of the way, let's continue on. So other than that, we also have the headphone jack on the other side right here, which is pretty nice. And then dual Type-C charging ports, right? Or dual Type-C ports, which are Thunderbolt. I don't know if both of them, definitely one of them is. Let me quickly see if I can find it. MagSafe 3.5, two Thunderbolt 4 ports, which are Type-C. So both of them are Type-C. Thunderbolt 4 up to 40 gigabits per second. And USB 4 up to also 40 gigabits. So in terms of connectivity right here, I mean, you only have technically two ports, the two Type-C ports, but with dongles, you can get by and just expand it a little bit further. And the ports that we have right here are Thunderbolt, so you can technically kind of like plug in monitors and then daisy chain off of monitors and all that jazz. So it's fine. Now with that charging right here, assuming you buy the charger, I have fast charging capability with 70 watt USB-C power adapter. So you can charge it up to about 70 watts. And let me quickly, wait, what? Built-in, no, that's not. 40 watt dynamic power adapter with 60 watts max. I'm not really sure which one refers to charging speeds or the brick, because like, yeah, I have no clue. And by the way, this is straight from Apple's website, what I'm reading. So straight up battery and power, up to 18 hours video streaming, up to 15 hours wireless web, built-in 53.8 watt-hour lithium polymer battery, and 40 watt dynamic power adapter with 60 watts max, USB-C to MagSafe 3 cable 2 meters, and fast charging capable with 70 watt USB-C power adapter or higher. So we can charge it up to 70 watts with a compatible adapter. Doesn't really say if it's through Type-C or MagSafe, but in any case, that's the fastest it can charge, which is pretty good. And the battery built in here is the 53, almost 54 watt hours, and the device itself can last pretty respectable time at 15 hours of just browsing the web, which straight up, in terms of laptops, that is basically like unbeatable outside of Apple. Let's put it this way. So any kind of Windows, yeah, you're not getting anywhere close to that with like Windows 11, you know, the typical processors. ARM, on the other hand side, it's a little bit more competitive, but a lot of laptops, at least from Windows side, are not ARM based. Macs, on the other hand side, all are. So it's pretty easy. Okay, now let's continue on. So let me just quickly go back to the top. In terms of the processor powering this, we have the M5 chipset. Now there are two options of it, which will vary in price. We have the 10-core CPU version and it comes with 8-core GPUs, which means in terms of gaming performance or like rendering tasks and stuff like that, it will be a little bit weaker. And if you're planning to splurge out a little bit more, you can get basically the same device, everything the same, but you get 10-core GPU, which means you have 2 additional cores, which could potentially increase the capability of, like, in terms of gaming performance and rendering on the device, which for some people will be very important. Now, we have also 16 gigabytes of built-in storage, configurable up to 24 or 32. So we can, the 16 as the base entry, which is honestly pretty good that Apple decided to finally ditch the 8 gigabytes, unless it's not Neo, and offer this as the base entry to the device. And also, even nicer too, is the minimum 500 gigabytes of storage that this device comes with. It's specable up to 4 whopping terabytes, but you will be paying a pretty hefty premium on that one, especially now with the prices of RAM and storage being just completely off whack. Now, Apple, I don't think, has adjusted their prices that much. They've been ahead of the curve by having their prices increased for the past decade. So they knew that the inflation of RAM and storage will go up, and they kept it high for a decade. Obviously, that's sarcasm. So in any case, still, you can, at the $1,100 that this device comes at, you get the 512 and 16 gigs of RAM, which, to be fair, I think it's a pretty damn good entry price for the device. And if you need more, you could obviously get more storage or more RAM. I don't know if I would be getting this for myself, if I would be speccing it higher. This seems like a pretty damn good one. The half a terabyte might be a little bit on a limiting side. Personally, I think I would really like to go for 1 terabyte. I feel like that would be the sweet spot to basically need to worry less about storage. But again, that will be increase. Let's see. If I go to speccing it from half a terabyte to 1 terabyte. Oh, wait, So you can't have increased storage for this device of anything above 512 if you're not planning to increase the GPU cores to 10. So you automatically get more storage and slightly better processors with the also being M5, but the one that has 10 cores. So in this case, we would be looking at from $1,100 to a price jump to $1,300. So $200 more for this. Now, for all intents and purposes, even though you're getting more cores, I don't want to count this in. I will be looking at this as an increase of just storage. So to get half a terabyte of storage, you get to pay $200. Now, the reason I'm not counting it, and even though it comes in, is because people that would be increasing storage and looking for that increased storage might not necessarily give 2 shits about the more GPU cores. You couldn't care less possibly about this. There probably is a decent amount of people that will not care about this, and they just want that extra storage, so they're forced into this. And because you're forced into this and you're getting this, doesn't mean that you're going to be using it, and you would want to pick another option. You should be able to pick another option. After all, I thought that's what the selection right here on their own website is for, where you get to pick and choose what kind of components you want in there, right? After all, Apple removed the ability for you to change storage and RAM for you to be able to configure it. So why the shit can't I configure it to have the crappier processor and more storage? Potentially also RAM might be limited by this too, which let's quickly check if we are. So if I go back to 512, check back to the 8-core one, and find, where the hell is it? No, not this. Nope. Oh, there we go, 16 gigs. So let's say I want 24 gigabytes of RAM. Oh, yep, that's going to be increased into the 10-core too. So God forbid you would want either more RAM or more storage or both. You're always going to be forced into the higher spec one. And let's see, if I want just more storage and more RAM, That will run me now $1,500. So $400 more. Awesome. Now, if you want to go for the highest end version, 4 terabytes, holy shit, that's $1,000 more, wow. And 32 gigabytes of storage, and now we're looking at a price tag of, holy shit, $2,700. Okay, wow. I expected that there would be a price jump, but oh boy, I wasn't prepared for this kind of price jump. Wow. Okay. Now, RAM and storage has been increased because of bullshit AI. But hey, if you're building a computer, that's going to run you like maybe $500 more, maybe a little bit more, maybe $1,000 more. So it's actually not that. I mean, it is an insane price. Let's not put it aside. But all things considered, with the current price tag and looking at it as for instance, desktop, where you get to pick your components, this honestly kind of increase in price isn't that insane. So 32 gigabytes of RAM would have been probably, at least where I'm from, about 2,000 PLN, which is about $500 and then 4 terabyte storage is going to be another $500. So that's 1,000 here. So it's just a little bit more compared to the entry price of this one. So honestly, at current prices of these components, this isn't that insultingly expensive as it usually would be. So anyway, that being said, it's still a great laptop. Because of the prices and the forced changes, I probably wouldn't, if you're looking for a device, you probably might be best off with the lowest end one if you want to save up some buck. Alternatively, what you could do, which this is an option that I hate, but I do want to kind of point it out if you're interested in it for some reason, is to buy an iPad. Now, you get to actually sacrifice some things in here. So this is the iPad Air, and this has the M4 processor instead of the M5 that this one has, so the previous generation. But it comes with a touch display, stylus. It has the capability of having this keyboard right here with the tiny little trackpad right here. But it unfortunately runs the iPad OS, which as something that you'd be getting as a substitute to a laptop instead, having a mobile kind of OS that is pretending to not be mobile while it's running a computer processor in here that was in previous laptops is a little bit of a kind of crappy decision. And I would have loved to have this come with a Mac OS instead of iPad OS. And in this case, it actually would have been pretty nice. But that being said, with that keyboard, the iPad with that keyboard will run you basically the same as this, as the keyboard itself costs $300 and the iPad costs $800. So it's $1,100 for both, which is the same price as this one costs, but it comes with less storage, less RAM, and yeah, that's basically the most important parts. So yeah, that's basically the alternative if you want. And obviously you get the ability to use a stylus, which this doesn't. It's Apple's retarded kind of logic that, they don't want to mix and match these two, because once they add one of these features to the other, it makes the other actually redundant. If they add stylus support to a Mac, iPad becomes useless. If they add macOS to iPads, MacBooks become useless in a way. So it's basically Apple trying to make all their devices relevant, because instead of selling you now iPhone and for instance, iPad that runs macOS, they get to sell you iPhone, iPad, and MacBook, and potentially Mac. So that's more money that they can take from you. And obviously, people that usually buy one product tend to buy another one from them as well. So anyway, that's about it. It's a pretty, like I was saying at the beginning, it's a pretty damn good device running macOS. And with current kind of standings of Windows, it honestly, I think a lot of people might be looking at this and considering this as a great option. It's a fast machine, a long-lasting battery, great display, lack of windows, which hands down one of the best features at this point, while still being open. Though one thing that you're going to experience soon probably is the fact that you're going to have age verification on your device. Personal computer that needs to get your age verified, which means it also needs to connect to network. How lovely that that your personal computer isn't your personal computer anymore. It's not personal because it's more governmental now if it needs to verify your age. So yeah, that's about it. That's the rant over. So yeah, if you found this video helpful, don't forget to hit like, subscribe, and thanks for watching.
Welcome. In this video, I will show you the best free applications to install on your MacBook Air M5. So let's start with a simple window management solution. And the application I'm gonna show you first is called. And here we can download this application, which will help us manage our windows and resize them however we want, also using shortcuts. Let's allow the downloads. And let's actually install this application. Okay, did I do it? Okay, so stop. No, let me run the app, open it, and then we're gonna have to give it permission to change system settings. Okay, didn't add my fingerprint here. Let's use a password instead. And then we can either use the recommended or the manual shortcuts. So let's use recommended. Let's disable tiling. So yeah, right now we can use shortcuts to put the applications into different spots. So if you want to quickly put any application to the top left, for example, we can use the control option U command. So let's try this right now. And right now we can actually put our web browser in the top left corner. So instead of holding down this button and selecting the window position manually, which we cannot actually do entirely, so we can either put the application to one of the available sites, but we cannot put it into the corner. We can also perform some quick actions like almost maximize, make smaller, make larger, using these different shortcuts. We can also adjust snap areas and change some additional settings. So this is a very cool program which will help you work much faster on your MacBook in no time. Just get to know with it, and I highly recommend this one application. The next one is the App Cleaner. So the macOS is a Linux-based system, which means that you can almost never get rid of the application that you have installed entirely. Since there are no uninstallers like we have them on Windows, in Windows OS, some residual data still stays in the background. Now, the best applications I would recommend using for to resolve this kind of issue, so the applications that will uninstall the app entirely. Now, the best of them are paid for, and I guess you can learn more about them on other channels, because in this video I'm going to show you the simple solution, which is also free to use, and it's called App Cleaner, and it's available on the website, which is the freemacsoft.net. Let me just change the size of the window. freemacsoft.net /app cleaner. Okay, and let's download it from this website. So here we have the latest 368 version, at least for me, it's 368. Now let's install this application, and this app will help us fully uninstall any application that we need to uninstall from our computer. All we have to do is just drag and drop this application into this area, and it will be fully uninstalled from our computer. We can also check for updates automatically. So yeah, so it is this app is pretty self-explanatory. There is no big mystery behind it, no complicated techniques to use with it. You just uninstall files with it quickly and effectively. And the next application that I want to show you is called Stats, and it's the quick tool that will let you check your device's performance in all aspects in real time, and it's available on the website that is Mac Update. So it's also the same one that we used to download Rectangle web application. So the address is stats.macupdate.com. Let's download this app. And let's install it. And so, yeah, this application is also pretty self-explanatory. So we just run it, and we allow it checking our system. And then we get all the information about our PC from this app. Now, I cannot see it, so it went somewhere. Let me reopen the app. So, okay, so we have the dashboard, we have the CPU data, widgets, pop-up notifications, and so, yeah, this way, using this application will allow you not only to monitor your device in real time. So the monitors are located right here, if you see them. So we have the current CPU utilization, GPU utilization, also the graph, RAM. And we can also, yeah, as you can see, we can also put widgets in here. And so you can check such information as CPU usage, memory usage, disk utilization, sensors information like temperature or voltage or power, battery level, and network usage. So yeah, this is one of the few applications that will actually let you check your temperature in real time. I mean, there are plenty, but you don't need them since you have this one. And it is also displayed right here at the top. And now the next application that I'm gonna show you is called the Dropover, which will help you manage files and transfer them easily on your computer and to other devices. And this one is actually available in the App Store. So let's first launch the App Store and find the application. Here we go. Okay, so it requires a partly satisfied by Apple, since they provided the clipboard history, which is now available once you open the Spotlight. If you press Command 4, by pressing this shortcut, you will access the clipboard history with all the apps that you put in there. However, this application is still simply more convenient because of the interface and the design that they used for it. Okay, and so right now we have we'll have the shelf. We'll be able to activate it, for example, with a shake gesture, with modifier key. And we can adjust the interaction, general settings for a share. And we can also have the Dropover cloud, so so that you can actually drop over the files to other devices of yours using this app too. And now the last application that I want to show you is the one I already have on my PC. However, I will show you where to get it from. It is called Ollama or Ollama application, and they have their own website. So you just have to search for Ollama on the internet, and here we have it. So, and this is not for everyone. So this application will let you launch local language learning machines, so basically local AI on your laptop, which is becoming more and more popular nowadays. So you just download this application, you select macOS and download for macOS, then install this application, and this app will let you locally run many different language learning models, such like Claude Code, Codex, Open Code. So it has many different integrations, and it also keeps your data safe. Okay, so it says that I already have it. All right, so yeah, that's basically all the applications for today. So thank you so much for watching this video. I hope that it helped you, and if it did, please consider subscribing to our channel, leave us a like and a comment below, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome. In this video, I will review the key differences between MacBook Air M5 and MacBook Neo, both from 2026, and we'll decide which one is worth buying this year. So the first difference of these laptops is the built-in display of both laptops. Now it's slightly bigger on Air, even the 13-inch display version, which we have right here. So this is Air 13-inch, and MacBook Neo's display size is 11.6 inch, if I'm not mistaken, and yeah, it is slightly bigger on Air, but still the video playback is pretty much the same for most videos you can find out there on the internet. And so the resolution of the Air screen is 4K. Meanwhile, the Neo version has 2K display resolution, which is still incredible in its price range. As I have never spotted, I think, a laptop similar to MacBook Air that also has a 2K display, especially this good, since Apple uses liquid retina on both of these laptops, and they both look insanely good. So I wouldn't say there is much of a difference between these two laptops displays, unless you really mind the border size of the Neo's display. Now the next thing I wanted to tell you about is the chip difference. So the Air uses, of course, the M5, which is the new generation of Apple Silicon chips, and it has already proven itself to be 30% better than their predecessor, the M4. which is incredibly great. So, which basically makes Air qualify as a middle-class gaming machine for now, and it's also a great tool for video editors. And the Neo model uses A18 Pro chip, which is also a great thing. It was used in iPhone 16 Pro, and it has a very good performance. It actually allows you to multitask on your Air, despite it having only 8 GB of RAM memory. And so I want to actually switch to RAM memory right now, since it actually makes the biggest difference you see in your choice. Because if you want more productivity and more multitasking from your laptop, then you definitely should look to the side of the Air model. Because the Neo model will not allow you using a lot of stuff at the same time. It will simply limit your performance to the amount of performance that 8 GB of RAM memory can provide you with. So yeah, basically the Air has the main version has 16 GB of RAM memory. Now it's expandable to 24 or 32 GB of RAM memory, which is perfect if you are planning to buy yourself a laptop for video editing, especially working on some very complicated projects that have over 100 clips in one project, stacked on top of each other. Yeah, the Neo doesn't have all that. However, it doesn't perform quite as bad as it could have sounded, since they use their virtual RAM technology very successfully in their MacBooks, and it actually shows. So you can actually have a bunch of programs opened in the background on your Neo and still not notice it at all, because because of the virtual RAM technology. So if you are looking to have a laptop, a cheaper laptop that will still allow you using a messenger, a web browser, having a video playback somewhere, and so also having your Spotify or Apple Music opened in the background, plus something else, plus a couple of more different applications opened at the same time, and the one that will not struggle with all that stuff, the Neo might still be your choice. So of course the Air laptop also can do all this stuff, but the Neo is also capable of it. So if you want to have to deal with just basic programs like web browsers, messengers, spreadsheets, and other kind of this kind of stuff, then the Neo might still be a great choice for you, at least for now, because I'm not sure how much RAM these apps will demand in the future. So, but still, I think the Apple will either use a better optimized software which they made. So they will definitely optimize their software to their products, and they most probably will also force the developers to optimize their products to Apple's products. But I'm not sure how far you will actually go with 8 GB of RAM memory. This is a rather a huge discussion point. So let's switch to the SSD sizes. So the SSD is of course bigger in Air model as well. The SSD size for Air model starts with 512 GB and ends with 4 TB if you are willing to pay for a 4 TB version, of course. Apple Apple MacBook Neo comes in two different configurations, either with 256 gigabytes of storage or 512 gigabytes of storage. And so the more expensive version also has the Touch ID, which the basic model lacks. And that's pretty much it. So as for the smaller differences, well, the battery. So the battery size in the battery is smaller in the Neo model. However, it still can work up to 16 hours on a single charge, and 11 hours if you are multitasking. Generally speaking, the battery life is great on Neo, and it is also great. It's better on Air. So Air can sustain, I think, like a full day, so 24 hours of working on a single battery charge, and their performance is also awesome while they are unplugged from the charging source. And the next difference is the camera. So camera actually has no difference at all, except for the center stage feature that is only available on your Air, which the thing that tracks your face while you're being on a call or performing somewhere. So the thing that will keep your face on the screen, it is only available on Air version. So the MacBook Neo doesn't have this feature. Still, the camera quality is pretty much the same, as well as the microphone's quality. The speaker quality, on the other end, is good on MacBook Neo, but is better on the Air model. Their microphones are pretty much the same. So their microphones basically support all the same microphone recording modes, such as voice isolation, or the other one which enhances your environment's sound. I forgot what it's called, but microphones are pretty much the same. Now the next thing is keyboard. So keyboard is very comfortable on both laptops. There is not much of a difference that I spotted while having both of them in hands. They feel pretty much the same. So somehow, no, they are pretty much the same. So the keyboard is the same, and it's also, it doesn't feel any plastic like on the Neo model. So this keyboard is actually good on the cheaper version, and it's also excellent on the Air model. Now for the touchpad. So the touchpad is, in my opinion, it's way too small on Neo, but still it supports multi-touch. So you will most probably not notice not notice the size of the touchpad, since you can simply use multiple fingers to control your mouse pointer. And it's a great size on the Air model. So it's definitely more comfortable for me. And one more thing, the Air model, of course, uses the 3D Touch technology on their touchpad, and for some reason they decided to use physical key on their touchpads on the Neo version, which is also a difference, but it doesn't it doesn't affect the performance way too much. And I think that's pretty much covers it. One more thing. and it's a very important thing. I know I forgot it. So the ports, of course. So both laptops have two USB-C ports. However, on the Neo version, those are the USB 3.0 and 2.0 and on our Air, both of them are Thunderbolt, and it also has a separate charging port, of course. And what it means basically is that Air has a much better connectivity perspectives, I think, because basically two Thunderbolts will allow you up to, what was it? Because it's like it's the newest Thunderbolt from the Apple, and I'm actually not sure what the speed is, but it's generally it's multiplied value of the transmission speeds that is available in your MacBook Neo. So yeah, MacBook Neo only has one USB C port that is suitable for most connections, since this one port that we have right here is USB 2.0, which is still usable for many stuff, but not for display connection, for example. So if you want to select an external, connect an external display to your laptop, you can only use this USB-C port, which is USB 3. Not 3.0, but 3.2, if I remember it well. And it will allow you to connect an external display at max 4K with 60 Hz resolution, which is good enough. And yeah, of course, having two Thunderbolts on Air model, you can connect pretty much anything to this laptop. Of course, after you connect a hub to one of these ports. So yeah, at this point, I think that's pretty much it. That's all the difference I could think about. So summarizing, I would say that if you are planning to simply, if you need your MacBook for things like light multitasking or streaming videos, or maybe browsing web, or I don't know, working in spreadsheets, writing code, and you want to do all of this at the same time and not spend too much money on it, then I would definitely go with the Neo model. However, if you are planning to have a more advanced multitasking, then you will feel more flexible with the Air model, no matter whether you use a 13-inch or 15-inch version. So yeah, the Air model is for more multitasking and more advanced programs. However, the Neo presents itself good enough at the basic level. So yeah, if you are a student, I think the Neo would be better for you. Now, if you want to play games on your laptop, then definitely go for Air or Pro models. And if you don't need your laptop to do, to have some incredible capabilities of in any of the advanced stuff, then you can definitely go with the Neo model. And yeah, okay, one last thing. At the end of the video, the difference in connections. So the Air model supports Wi-Fi 7, and the Neo model supports Wi-Fi 6E, and it's their key difference in connections. So yeah, so the Air version has potentially a better internet speed than the Neo. However, on tests that we performed on this channel too, comparing their Wi-Fi speed. Neo actually performed better than Air on different Wi-Fi networks, though none of them was Wi-Fi 7 or 6. They both were Wi-Fi 5, of the fifth version. But still, yeah, that's the last difference, and maybe it's important. If it's important to you, then I glad I remembered of it. And so yeah, that's pretty much it. I think that covers it. So thank you so much for watching this video. If it helps you, please consider subscribing to our channel, leave us a like and a comment below, and I'll see you in the next one.
Hello guys, today as you can see I've got the MacBook Neo on the right and the MacBook Air M5 on the left, and today we're going through the specs, through actually everything, build quality, specs, features, and we're going to discuss which one to buy. Let's start by just, technical comparison. Both laptops are from 2026, so it's, I think, fair deal and fair comparison. I know that you should compare the MacBook Neo to the MacBook M1 when it comes to the performance and CPU, but 2026 and 2026, maybe not the same price range, but let's go through all these. Starting price from a 4-year MacBook Neo is $600, actually $599 in the US, but with this hidden discount you can get this laptop actually for $499. MacBook Air M5 in the US, of course, is starting from $1,000 and $99, which is almost, no, I mean not almost, just 2 times more, which is very actually many more. You need to understand the price range. But when it comes to the inside specs of your laptop, it's like processor, CPU in your MacBook Neo is A18 Pro, which actually, as a fun fact, is the same as here in the iPhone 16 Pro, so it's actually cool. It has 6-core CPU and 5-core GPU. And another fun fact, yeah, I know these are only the rumors, but original Apple A18 Pro CPU is 6-core CPU and 6-core GPU, and this is a rumor, of course, not confirmed, and that Apple uses the defected processors, CPUs with only 5-core GPU to all the MacBook Neos. When it comes to the MacBook Air M5, we've got the M5, as in the name actually, 10-core CPU and 8 or 10-core GPU, which is actually, when it comes to the numbers, it's much more things. When it comes to the RAM, it's fixed on MacBook Neo, 8 GB fixed, which in 2026 is just pure madness. It has no upgrades available on the Apple Store, but when it comes to the MacBook Air M5, we've got 16 GB of RAM in the base version and 32 GB in the upgraded version. Storage on the MacBook Neo is capped at 512 SSD gigabytes, and we have 2 levels here, 256 and 512 gigabytes. On the MacBook Air M5, we've got starting from 512 gigabytes up to 4 terabytes. If you're editing videos or doing something more advanced and technically advanced on your laptop, it's more efficient to get the MacBook Air M5, or just buy yourself a separate SSD drive. The display. I've made a video actually comparing the displays of these 2 laptops, so you can easily check that out. But here, just a quick comparison. Display on your MacBook Neo is 13 inches Liquid Retina, 60 Hz, and on your MacBook Air M5 we have Liquid Retina also, but 13.6 inches, which is the same 60 Hz. Color game mode is better on the MacBook Air M5 because here we've got P3 white color, and this is the best one for the video or photo editing. And color game mode on the MacBook Neo is sRGB, which is standard. We have no True Tone on your MacBook Neo, and yes, we have True Tone on our MacBook Air. As for the camera, on the MacBook Air M5, which is here on the left, we've got 12 megapixels center stage and desk view, which is actually more premium vibe compared to the MacBook Neo's 1080p FaceTime HD. We've got the spatial audio support with this 4-speaker system on the MacBook Air and only 2-speaker system on MacBook Neo. MacBook Neo has Wi-Fi 6E and the Bluetooth 6 compared to the Wi-Fi 7, Bluetooth 6 and Thread on the MacBook Air. Ports, which is actually more important, the most important thing. One USB Type-C 10 GB per second and one USB Type-C USB 2.0, which is one USB Type-C 3.2 and one USB 2.0. Type-C, of course, on your MacBook Neo, and on your MacBook Air, we've got 2x 2 times Thunderbolt 4 and with the 40 GB of transmission. Charging on our MacBook Neo is supported only using the USB Type-C, and on our MacBook Air we've got MagSafe 3 and the USB Type-C. As for the keyboard, we don't have the backlit, but on the MacBook Air we've got the backlit Magic Keyboard. As you can see and feel on the MacBook Neo, we've got the mechanical multi-touch, and on the MacBook Air we've got Force Touch with the haptic feedback. Battery life is almost the same, almost identical, because we've got on the MacBook Neo 60 hours of video play, and on the MacBook Air up to 18 hours of video play. The weight is identical. And let's go to the performance and internals. The MacBook Air M5 is roughly 2 times faster in multi-core tasks and 4 times faster in AI-driven workloads compared to the Neo. Neo uses an iPhone class chip, as I told you. It's snappy for browsing, but the 8 GB RAM is a hard ceiling. MacBook Air, on the contrary, is built for multitasking. With 6 GB of RAM as a base and the M5's neural accelerators, it handles 4K video editing and local AI models without breaking a sweat. Actually, when you search the internet for the tutorials or something else, like from MacBook Neo and the performance test, it's really, really nice. It handles editing, it handles multitasking, it handles everything well. So you can't, really say that it's a very bad CPU. So it will handle everything, but maybe not with the same best performance as the MacBook Air M5. The design. As you can see on the MacBook Air M5, we've got the notch. On the MacBook Neo, we don't have notch, we just have the fake bezels, which may feel retro in the real life, as you can see. As for the color accuracy, we have got, as I said, the Ernst P3 game mode, and it makes the color pop. While True Tone saves our eyes from blue light strain by adjusting to our room's lighting, or when you're outside, it will automatically be adjusted to our environment colors. As you can see, as I told you, actually on my MacBook Neo we have only this RGB, which is not great for the photos editing or anything else like this, but it won't be just that accurate, but you can do this. It's not like you can't. As for the colors, as you can see, MacBook Neo comes in a fun, vibrant colors like blush, citrus, and indigo. The Air styles elegant with sky blue, midnight, and starlight, so almost the same colors like in the previous M4 models. As for the connectivity, this is where the Neo cuts the most corners to save you $500. The Neo has two USB Type-C ports, but one is, as I told you, USB 2.0, so it's very slow, and neither supports Thunderbolt docks. When it comes to charging, you'll support while charging the Neo. The Air has MagSafe, leaving both Thunderbolt ports free. If you work in the dark, the Neo is a struggle because the keys are not backlit, but if you remember the pattern of your keyboard, actually the layout, it's easy. So, as for the, maybe not final verdict because we are coming here slowly, but as for the, buy the MacBook Neo. Actually, if you need a Mac experience for school, Netflixing, watching videos on YouTube, and light office work, it is the ultimate value king. You can edit videos in some DaVinci Resolve, in some CapCut, you can browse the internet, you can install many applications, and you can do almost everything. Even, of course, it's not that accurate when it comes to the color accuracy, but you can even edit the photos. There are no limitations actually. This is the same Mac, but with a different processor and some, as I can see, cuts. Buy the MacBook Air M5 if this is your primary work machine. The 16 GB of RAM, bucket keyboard, and MagSafe make it far superior laptop for long-term and daily use. As for the trackpad, for example, feel and build quality, we have it much worse on the MacBook Neo than on the MacBook Air, because the trackpad is clicky on your MacBook Neo, the same that was in the old MacBooks, but when it comes to the Air, we have got everything brand new. So, and actually the choice is yours. I'd rather buy the MacBook Neo if I knew that it will come out. Actually, a month ago, something like that, I've bought the MacBook Air M4 when there was no MacBook Air M5 yet, and it was the worst mistake actually I've ever made, because I could save 500, almost $600 on the laptop just buying the MacBook Neo. So, I'd rather buy MacBook Neo because I don't do many tasks that are that much powerful. But of course, you won't do some I couldn't do some 3D Blender things on the MacBook Neo, which I can now do on the MacBook Air M5. So actually, that's it for this video. Let me know in the comment section down below which laptop would you choose and why. And that's it. Now it helps you, and goodbye.
Welcome. In this video, I will show you how to quickly access sound and display settings on your MacBook Air M5. So we can access display and sound settings from the settings menu, of course, but there is a much faster way to do that. So if you take a look at your keyboard, you'll notice two brightness adjustment buttons, which are F1 and F2. And for sound settings, we have F10 to F12. So these three buttons. And all of these 5 buttons can be used to open respective settings. All you have to do is hold down the Option key. And then if you want to open sound settings, press one of these 3 buttons, for example, F11. And if you want to open display settings, press F1 or F2. And this will basically get you to the respective settings menu. And that's how quickly and easily you can do this. So thank you so much for watching this video. If it helped you, please consider subscribing to our channel, leave us a like and a comment below, and I'll see you in the next one.
Welcome. In this video, I will show you what to do if your MacBook Air M5 is stuck frozen. So if some application caused your device to freeze, then first of all, let's open the Force Restart menu, which you can do by pressing Command, Option, and Escape buttons at the same time. If you press 3 of them at the same time, you will open the Force Quit Applications menu, where you'll be able to select the applications you want to quit and select Force Quit, then confirm, and this will close the malfunction and application on your device, and then it should return back to normal. If your device was frozen beyond that, however, then we're gonna have to force restart the entire laptop. And to do that, just hold down the power button until your device's display goes off. After it happens, just wait for a couple of seconds and then short press the power button to restart your MacBook, and it should return back to normal. If your device doesn't go off, no matter how long you hold down the power button, try also closing and opening the lid, and as the last resort, unplug your device from the power adapter and just let it discharge by itself. Eventually it will discharge, and then it will return back to normal. And that's it. Thank you for watching this video. If it helped you, please consider subscribing to our channel, leave us a like and a comment below, and I'll see you in the next one.
Welcome. In this video, I will show you how to check the battery health and also enable the low power mode on your MacBook Air M5 laptop. So the first way to do that is navigate to this battery icon on your toolbar at the top of your screen. Select it. Here you will see the current battery percentage of your laptop, whether or not it's charging. And to enable the low power mode, you just have to tap right here. And to access more battery settings, click right here, and this will open the battery settings menu. However, if you don't see this battery icon on your screen, then instead we can go to the settings, system settings, and here select battery on the sidebar. And now to find the battery health info, just tap the information icon next to battery health. Here we'll have the battery condition, the maximum capacity, and we can also enable optimized battery charging by switching the toggle to the right. For more info, I recommend using the stats application, which adds a widget like this to your screen. And here you can not only check your battery's health, which is for some reason 101%, which is weird, but pretty accurate, I would say. It will also show the temperature of your battery and the power consumption, and a lot of the information like the applications that use up your battery the most. And you can find this application on a website that is called the stats.macupdate.com, and it is free to download. Just click right here and then install the application on your computer. And that's pretty much it. So thank you so much for watching this video. If it helps you, please consider subscribing to our channel, leave us a like and a comment below, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome. In this video, I will show you how to use Spotlight Search like a pro on your MacBook Air M5. So if you have macOS 26 installed on your MacBook, which you most probably do since this laptop comes with the pre-installed version of macOS 26, or if you didn't have any OS on your device, if you just updated to the newest macOS, then you would get 26 version of it too. But generally, to check your macOS version, you just have to navigate to the Apple logo in the top left corner of the screen and select About This Mac, and then check the macOS version, and it should say Tahoe 26.3.1. And the reason why I'm mentioning it is because they added some additional features to the Spotlight in this version. And so, yeah, just like in the previous macOS versions, we can call the Spotlight by pressing spacebar Command spacebar shortcut, and this will let us use the Spotlight search. However, we also have some shortcuts within the Spotlight, the one which will let us use applications, the other one that will let us use actions, and two other shortcuts, and they all become available once you open the Spotlight. If you press Command 1, you'll switch to Applications view. That will let you open any application easily. If you press Command 2, you will switch to Files view. The Command 3 will redirect you to Actions, where you can also add quick keys to each action. So you can add quick keys to actions that you need the most in here, and you can get to know with all the actions. There is countless amount of them in this section, and you can add a quick keys to each one of them just by selecting this option right here. And Command 4 shortcut will switch you to the clipboard, which is a new feature in macOS that stores different clips that you have saved on your MacBook simply by copying and basically copying again. So just select Allow, and then you can copy many different stuff on your laptop. Just go ahead and copy any text file or anything, and then press Command Spacebar, Command 4, and this will let you quickly access all the clips that you made previously. And so yeah, that's pretty much it. Now it's only practice that makes the master out of you. So thank you so much for watching this video. If it helped you, please consider subscribing to our channel. Leave us a like, consider subscribing to our channel, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome. In this video, I will show and explain how to connect an external monitor to your MacBook Air M5. So in order to connect an external monitor to your laptop, you're gonna need to use, of course, one of the two available USB-C ports on the left edge of the laptop. Now, you can either get a direct adapter that will transform the data going from your USB-C adapter to HDMI cable or DisplayPort cable, or even better, you can use a hub like this that has USB-C connection for the MacBook and the entire hub of different ports on the other side. So this one has an HDMI port, so it will allow us to connect one external display using HDMI. However, the MacBook has the capacity for two separate external displays. They can either be 4K displays with 144 Hertz refresh rate at max, or you can use two 6K displays with 60 Hertz at max, or you can use one 8K external display with 60 Hertz at max. But anyways, all you have to do is just connect your adapter, so the USB-C cable, into one of these two ports. Which one doesn't really matter, since they are both identical. And so then you're gonna have to make sure that your monitor is connected to the power source, and the other cable of the monitor, which can be, for example, an HDMI cable like this one, will go into the hub that we have connected to our MacBook, and the other side of the cable goes into your external monitor. Now, to manage your external monitors and the way you want to project your laptop screen on them, you're gonna have to go to the top left corner of your device's screen, then select System Settings, Then in system settings, we're going to have to select displays. And here in this menu, you'll be able to see all the displays that you have. So if you connect an external display to your laptop, you'll be able to see it right next to your built-in display, and you'll be able to adjust their positions the way you want to transmit your image, and you can either mirror the image of your built-in display, or you can extend your device's desktop between maximum 3 different displays, including your built-in one. And so yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. Thank you for watching it. If it helped you, please consider subscribing to our channel, leave us a like in the comment below, and I'll see you in the next one.
Hello guys, today as you can see I've got the MacBook Neo and the MacBook Air M5, and I'm going to show you the speed and performance comparison. As you can see, and you know actually that here we've got the MacBook Air M5, which is 4 times more powerful in some AI things and 2 times more powerful in normal using, so there is no field for comparison, remember that. But let me, for example, show you some things. Let me enter the activity monitor here, and same as here. As you can see, if I go to the not energy, but for example CPU, here and here, as you can see, we've got the system usage around 0.79%, or now 0.28 now. On the comparison, we have 3 or 4%, you know, just on idle, on our MacBook Neo. If there is if there is a difference in idle using, there will be many differences in the normal usage of your laptop. So let's at first open many applications at once. Here. Let me open everything. As you can see now, I've got many things. Let me here open, for example, many tabs. And as you can see, now after all these applications are turned on and after many tabs, our MacBook started to lag somehow. On our MacBook Air, it won't occur. Let me show you this. Let me open Google Chrome, here Maps, here everything. As you can see, now we have got many things. Let me allow for everything here. I don't know why I can't, you know, drag my Safari to the main. Okay, now it works. Here, there are no lags, as you can see, and there are many applications, and whole experience is just smoother, as you can see. Well, let's check the activity monitor. As you can see here, CPU has the workload of now 5%. As you can see, we have here 5%. And now let's check what we have got here in the activity monitor. Here we have got now 18, 14, 12, and many more. And that's it. Hope it helps you. Goodbye.
Welcome. In this video, I will show you what to do if your MacBook Air M5 is not turning on. So, first of all, make sure that your laptop is not discharged. And to check that, basically just insert the charging cable into one of the either USB-C ports or the MagSafe port. I recommend using the original MagSafe charger with your MacBook. Just connect the charger to your device and let your device charge for, well, at least half an hour, and then just short press the power button to turn your device on. You will immediately see the Apple logo on your screen, and then your device will turn on. If it's not happening, then check your device's cable and charging adapter for both physical damages. If you see any physical damages, try another pair of cable and power adapter, and also make sure that your power adapter provides your device with at least like 40 watts of power, because well, if you're using the original one, then you shouldn't bother checking your power adapter's watt capacity. But if you're using a substitute, then make sure that it has at least 40 watt capacity to charge your laptop. And if your device was exposed to extremely hot or cold temperatures, then leave it to be like this in a room temperature for a couple of hours, and then try charging it and turning it on again. Now, you can also try to run your device into recovery mode by simply holding down the power button for about 10 seconds. Then you will see the Apple logo with continue holding for startup options. After that, you'll be able to see loading startup options. Then you can release the power button. And after that, you can either check the integrity of your disk, or you can run diagnostics. To run diagnostics, you have to press and hold Command D here. You'll see continue holding to start diagnostics on your screen. If you want to learn more about how to run diagnostics on your computer, you can check the separate video on our channel, and I will also show you how to check the integrity of your hard drive, which may also fix your issue. Basically, all you have to do is enter the options. Then you're gonna have to select your user, click next, enter the password to your MacBook, press enter once again, and then you're gonna have to select disk utility, and select your Macintosh HD and select first aid. Then run the first aid. Enter your password once again. And then wait until the first aid is performed. And sometimes after you navigate to the Apple menu and click restart, it will actually fix your device immediately. Otherwise, you should reach out to Apple customer support service and notify them about this issue, especially if your device is on warranty. Thank you for watching this video. If it helped you, please consider subscribing to our channel, leave us a like and a comment below, and I'll see you in the next one.
Welcome. In this video, we will perform an SSD speed comparison on MacBook Neo and MacBook Air M5, both from 2026. So the Neo is of course to my right. Its proclaimed disk speed is 1.5 to 1.735 megabytes per second for reading, and for writing it's also around 1500 to 1684 megabytes per second. Now for the Air M5, the proclaimed speed is around 6,500 megabytes for both reading and writing. And in this test, we will simultaneously run the benchmark using the Blackmagic disk speed test. This is a program straight from the App Store. It's free to use, and let's clarify the Apple claims by running the simultaneous disk speed test. As you can see, our Air performs a much better, and it actually reaches the proclaimed values, although I can see that the writing speed is slightly different in some cases. As for the Neo, it also reaches the proclaimed speeds. Okay, so yeah, so as we can see, the reading speed for the MacBook Neo is all around 1500, 1600 megabytes per second, and the reading is around the same. Now for our Air M5, it's around 62 actually. It stays at around 62 megabytes per second, which is still impressive, but it's slightly less than the proclaimed values. Now for the reading, of course, it achieves somehow even more than they claimed, so it's 6600 megabytes per second. And here at the bottom, we can check the resolutions that will be supported on both MacBook Air and MacBook Neo. So as you can see, MacBook Neo only doesn't support ProRes 422HQ codec at 12K with 60 FPS, which I don't think much of a disappointment. So here are all the values and all the speed test results. You can see them right in front of you. And I hope that you can see them clearly enough. And so yeah, that's basically it for this video. So thank you so much for watching it. If it helped you, please consider subscribing to our channel, leave us a like and a comment below, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome. In this video, I will show you how to set up Apple Intelligence on your MacBook Air M5. So first of all, in order to use Apple Intelligence, you're gonna need to update your laptop to Tahoe OS or Mac OS 26, and most probably you already have it in this version. But to double check, just click the arrow icon, click the Apple logo in the top left corner of the screen, and select About this Mac. And then in the appearing window, check whether you have the Tahoe Mac OS. And if you do, then let's go to the Apple logo once again. Apple is quite shy, it covers the Apple logo. Let's select System Settings here, and then select Apple Intelligence and Siri on the sidebar. Now here we're gonna have to enable Apple Intelligence by switching this toggle to the right. So this is pretty easy. However, you will not be able to do that if your Siri language and your system language are different languages. So to resolve this issue easily, just select language here and select your system language from this list. This will set Siri to the same language as you have in your system, and then you'll be able to immediately enable Apple Intelligence. However, if it's the first time you're enabling it, then you're also gonna need to check whether your device is connected to the internet. So check your Wi-Fi connections, make sure that you are connected to the Wi-Fi, and then enable Apple Intelligence, and your laptop will proceed to install the newest Apple Intelligence version. And now after you have installed it, you may also have to check the Apple Intelligence. Okay, I hope that you finished. The Apple Intelligence features that may also require some additional installation. For example, the Quick Eraser tool that we have available in our library or Photos application which allows us quickly erase different elements on our laptop. To use it, we have to tap Edit on any photo we have, then select Clean Up right here on the toolbar, and then use our eraser to quickly clean anything from the photo we have on our screen. And the Apple Intelligence will do it for you. So, and you can see it works very smoothly and very fast, especially on this laptop. But to use this feature, you're going to have to download it separately. So you're going to have to once go to your Photos application and enter the edit mode and check why the FaceTime is enabled, and check this tool and download the package for it. Besides, we can also use some applications like the playground, like image playground. This one is pre-installed on your Mac, so you just have to find it, and here you can create different AI photos based on many different emojis or your own description of a photo that will create a random AI image based on what you told AI to do, basically. And yeah, so that's basically it. Thank you for watching this video. If it helps you, please consider subscribing to our channel, leave us a like in the comment below, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome. In this video, I will show you how to quickly fix battery draining issue on your MacBook Air M5. So first of all, let's check the activity monitor on our laptop. So just open Spotlight and search for activity monitor here. Then once you open it, go to the Energy tab, and in Energy tab, you'll be able to check the list of applications using up your device's battery, and to reduce the amount of applications that use your battery in the background, just select the applications that you want to close and click this Stop button. Then click Quit. Besides, you can also check the processes in the background and close them quickly by pressing Command tab to see the background applications, and basically press Q to close all the applications in the background. And this way you can get rid of all the applications that you don't need. And besides, let's also enable the low power mode if you don't mind the low power mode, or at least we can schedule it or set it for the power mode on our laptop. And to enable the power mode quickly, just click this battery icon in the top right corner of the screen and then select low power. This will enable it instantly. Or we can go to the battery settings either from here, or if you cannot access the battery settings, so if you don't see this battery icon in the top right corner of the screen, instead go to the Apple logo in the top left corner and select system settings here. Then go to battery, and here we can enable low power mode. For if you select always, you'll enable it right now. If you select only on battery, this will enable it when your device is working on battery. So you can use it only on battery or only on power adapter. Besides, in the same menu, we can check the battery level throughout the last 24 hours or last 10 days. And we can also check the current battery health condition, and also enable optimized battery charging here, which will preserve our battery in long-term period. Then, besides, I also recommend going to privacy and security settings and checking your location services and checking which applications use your location in the background. Or you can simply disable location services by switching this toggle to the left, and then either using your password or Touch ID. Also, the main thing that drains your battery is your display brightness. So to use the optimal brightness level, either use the auto brightness adjustment or disable it and and switch the brightness down to adjust it to your environment manually. This will be better if this would look better if your auto brightness overshoots. Also, make sure that your software is updated to the latest version. So go to General, open Software Update, and make sure to install to keep your Mac OS updated to the latest version. I actually have the download pending, so I'm preparing macOS 26.4 installation. Okay, and I actually have to restart the computer. And so yeah, that's pretty much all the steps to reduce battery draining on your MacBook Air. So thank you so much for watching this video. If it helped you, please consider subscribing to our channel, leave us a like and a comment below, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome. In this video, we'll briefly compare the charging speed of MacBook Air M5 and MacBook Neo. So the key difference between these two laptops from that point of view is the lack of fast charging option in MacBook Neo. However, both of these laptops, or I would even say 3 of these laptops, as Air different versions of Air display sizes, are also different in terms of battery capacity and charging speeds. Although no, charging speed is pretty much the same on both of them, but the battery sizes and capacities are different. So if I had to list them, the Air 13-inch model uses a 55.6 55.8 watts lithium polymer battery, and the bigger screen version has a 66.5 watts capacity of the battery, and the Air uses the 36.5 watts lithium polymer battery in it. So it's so it has basically half of the capacity of the Air, especially if we're talking the bigger screen version, which I don't have on hands. But yeah, as I said before, the Neo lacks fast charging option, and I'm not sure if it really needs that, having the 36.5 watts battery in it, because it still charges pretty quick, although not as quick as the Air model. So the Air model, if you charge it with the included charging brick or AC adapter, then you will get the full charging in about 2.5 hours of not using your laptop. And if you buy yourself an upgraded version of the AC adapter, which costs like $20 more in the US, you'll be able to charge it from 0 to 100 in slightly more than 1 hour, maybe up to 2 hours. And you will get 0 to 50% in half an hour, which is quite impressive. Now, for the Neo, you can expect to charge your laptop for 3.5 hours, maybe up to even 4 hours using a basic charger. And if you upgrade from the basic charger, which is 20 watts, to 35 watts adapter, you'll be able to charge it like 30 minutes faster, since it still doesn't support fast charging. So the faster charging option for a Neo model will be around 3.5 hours. If we were talking about 0 to 100. Maybe less, maybe about 3 hours from my own experience, but generally speaking, it's really depends on whether or not you are using your laptop during this process. So yeah, generally speaking, the Air will charge much faster than Neo does. And that's pretty much it. Thank you for watching this video. If it helps you, please consider subscribing to our channel, leave us a like and a comment below, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome. In this video, we'll compare the speaker quality of MacBook Air M5 and MacBook Neo. So for this test, we're gonna play the same audio track on both Neo and Air laptops, which is titled Inspiring Cinematic Background Music, and it's published on Michael Nick Music channel. Yeah, I'm gonna use a separate microphone to record these audio tracks, and so we'll start with MacBook Neo. Okay, so this is what Neo sounds like, and in my opinion, it's impressive. The sound is very spatial, you know, it's very immersive, and yeah, the built-in speakers are actually good in this laptop. So let me know what you think in the comments, and in the meantime, we're gonna play the same track on the MacBook Air. Okay, and so this was a sound sample from MacBook Air, and in my personal opinion, it was even more impressive than what Neo did before that. But be a judge in here and let us know in the comments what you actually think. By the way, both laptops are set to the maximum sound volume, so
You don't have to worry about that, both on the video and in the settings. Yeah, so they are both set to 100%. It's something I had to mention in at the beginning, but I don't think. But I think better later than never. Yeah, that's it for this video. I hope that you liked it, and if you did, please consider subscribing to our channel, leave us a like and a comment below, and I'll see you in the next one.
Welcome. In this video, we'll overview the difference in notch and no notch design of MacBook Air M5 and MacBook Neo, respectively. So the main difference in notch and no notch design in these laptops is, in my opinion, the borders and the width of the borders. So this first thing that caught my eye when I got to deal with MacBook Neo is the size of the borders of the screen. So they are significantly larger than on other MacBooks. I'm not sure if there are any other MacBooks with borders this wide, but yeah, that's just something you get used to over time. Now, obviously we don't have this on our Air model, but generally speaking, the only practical difference of this is, for some reason, the absence of the camera indicator in MacBook Neo. So for some reason, Neo doesn't have any indicator except for the one that we have built in our interface. So normally on other MacBooks that I know, including this Air model, we have this green light next to our camera that works every time the camera is being turned on, and for some reason MacBook Neo lacks this feature. I'm not sure how much of a budget this small thing actually takes in production of a single MacBook. But yeah, that's pretty much it. So in terms of watching videos, so MacBooks, generally speaking, use not very popular screen resolutions. So for example, the screen resolution for the MacBook Air is it's 2100 by 1664, if I'm not mistaken, and for our Air model, it's 2408 by 1506. So yeah, so these are pretty non-standard resolutions, and because of that, basically all the video, or most of the videos that we would try to play on any of these laptops will not be displayed in a full screen. So we'll still get those thick borders on both the top and the bottom of the video. And so if you take a look at both of these videos, they are displayed identically on both of these laptops. So despite them having different screen sizes, they are actually not that different if you look at it this way. So if you're planning to mostly watch videos on your laptop, there is not much that you can actually expect from the Air model that would be better on it than on the Neo model. As for the display quality, of course, the Neo uses a more budget-friendly solution of the 2K class display. So it's not directly specified as 2K display, 2K display, as but it's a 2K class display. As for The Air uses 4K display, so yeah, so the resolution is higher, but it's in my opinion, it's unnoticeable. So at the display this size, and many people mentioned it years and years ago when Apple first introduced their MacBook with 4K display resolution, it just is not something that you can actually notice on a display this size. So it can only be noticed if you like project this display on a bigger display, or maybe you know, on your wall with a projector. But yeah, generally speaking, on the laptop itself, 2K comparing to 4K doesn't really make a difference in any way. And so yeah, that's pretty much it. So thank you so much for watching this video. If it helped you, please consider subscribing to our channel, leave us a like and a comment below, and I'll see you in the next one.
Welcome. In this video, I will show you how to restore forgotten password to your MacBook Air M5. First of all, I just want to let you know that the main obstacle on our way to reset the password to our Apple account is the file vault feature, which by default is enabled in privacy and security menu on your MacBook. If you scroll down right here, you'll find file vault feature, and if it's enabled, your SSD is encrypted, and this prevents your SSD from being accessed by people who don't know neither your password nor the recovery key to your MacBook. Now, if you don't know the recovery key, this might not be the tragedy yet, as long as you have another Apple device that is signed into the same Apple account. And I'm gonna show you what I mean later, because for now what we see in front of us is something like this. So we cannot sign into our account, and in order to restore the access to it, what we're gonna have to do first is turn it off. So let's hold down the power button until the screen goes off. Once the screen is off, you're gonna have to wait for a couple of seconds and then start holding down the power button once again. You will see continue holding for startup options message. So once it changes to loading startup options, you can release the power button. Now, what we're gonna have to do is select options and click continue, and wait for the options menu to appear. Okay, so we don't know the passwords to any of the users, so select forgot all passwords. Then you're gonna have to connect to a Wi-Fi network. To do that, select the Wi-Fi network from the list in the top right corner and select your Wi-Fi network. Then enter the password to it, of course, and press enter. And after that, you're gonna have to sign into your Apple account. So not the MacBook account, but the Apple account that is linked with your MacBook. So enter your email address first. Press enter. And after that, enter the password. And next, we're gonna have to click next and wait until we are signed in. This will let us access the recovery menu. Now, you could have also not have to proceed through this entire process, and then this would be the first screen that you see on your MacBook. However, what we have to do from here is select utilities in the top left corner of the screen and then go to terminal. In terminal, we're gonna have to enter reset password without spacing and press enter. then select I forgot my password and click next. And then we're gonna have to enter the recovery key. Now if you have it written down somewhere, then just enter it from there. Otherwise, if you don't have it written down, grab your smartphone that is signed into the same Apple account and open Passwords application. Now let me just sign in here. And in the Passwords application, we're gonna have to open the search at the bottom and then search for our MacBook's name. So search for MacBook if you didn't rename your MacBook. And as you can see here, we have our ABC's MacBook Air, and here we have the recovery key to it. So let's select the recovery key and let's paste it into this field, and then we're gonna have to press enter to proceed. And now select the user you want to reset the password for, click next, enter the new password into the first field, then verify it in the second one, and then add a hint to your password and click next. After that, your password will be reset. Now, if you weren't able to find your password and you think that there is no way that you can find it in your passwords application, then the only way to reset your password and basically continue using your Mac again is to go to the recovery assistant in the top left corner of your screen and select erase Mac. After that, your Mac will be your hard drive will be erased, and then you'll be able to set it up once again. However, if you were able to reset your password, of course you can close all the windows and then select restart in the top left corner of your screen. Then just wait until your device is restarted back to the system and simply enter your new password on the sign-in screen. And that's it. Thank you for watching this video. If it helped you, please consider subscribing to our channel, leave us a like and a comment below, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome. In this video, I will show you how to fix most commonly occurring Wi-Fi issues on MacBook Air M5. First of all, before troubleshooting the issue on your MacBook, first check whether other devices around you can freely use the Wi-Fi router that you're trying to fix the connection with. So your smartphone, your tablet, your PC, check whether they all can use this the internet using the router. Then open the Wi-Fi menu in the top right corner of your device's screen on the toolbar, and try disconnecting. Try disabling the Wi-Fi by switching the toggle to the left and then turning it on again. Now try to reconnect to your Wi-Fi network, and if the problem didn't go away, then what we can do is open the control center, go to Wi-Fi and open Wi-Fi settings. Then here what we're gonna have to do is forget the network that we are connected to, so click details next to your desired Wi-Fi network, and after that select forget this network, click remove, and then reconnect to it again. So first of all, we're gonna have to find it in other networks list and click connect next to it, then enter the password to your Wi-Fi network, press enter. Oh, I connected to the wrong one. Okay, so let me connect, and right now the issue should be resolved. And if it's not, then go to network on the sidebar of your settings, select Wi-Fi, and let's try to delete Wi-Fi service. So right click the Wi-Fi or click with two fingers and select delete service. Then restart your computer by going to the Apple menu, selecting restart from the list, and then click restart to confirm. Wait until your device is restarted. After the device is restarted, let's go back to Apple menu, open System Settings once again, go to Network, then select the three dot icon right here, add service, and then as an interface select Wi-Fi, click Create, and then let's try to reset up the Wi-Fi. So as you can see, my Wi-Fi is already reconnected to the network, but if you don't have the same effect on your computer, then we're gonna have to run the Wi-Fi diagnostics. Now, first of all, let me also mention drivers. So the MacBook doesn't have drivers as we are used to them on Windows. Therefore, the drivers come with along with software update in like overall meaning. Therefore, if you have Wi-Fi, if you're having Wi-Fi issues, you may have to download the software update. But in order to download it, you're gonna have to be connected to the Wi-Fi or to the internet basically. So as the last option, try connecting to the internet using the LAN cable and the external Ethernet port that are supported in some external hubs. So just connect an external hub to your MacBook and insert the Ethernet cable into it. And after that, install the newest software update. Now, in the meantime, let's diagnose whether the network card is damaged in the MacBook. To do that, we're gonna have to turn the device off. So select shutdown and wait until your device is turned off. Once the device is turned off, we're gonna have to press and hold the power button in the top right corner of the keyboard. Keep holding it until the message on your screen changes to loading startup options. Okay. And when the startup options appear on your device's screen, we're gonna have to start holding Command and the combination of keys. Wait until the device's screen goes off. Right now you can release both buttons, and now let's wait for the diagnostics menu to appear. In the diagnostics and repair settings, we're gonna have to click continue. Then we're gonna have to skip the Wi-Fi connection step, click agree, and wait for diagnostics option to appear. Okay, let's click continue once again. And on the following screen, we're gonna have to click play next to Mac Resource Inspector. This will perform the overall diagnostics on your computer. Once the diagnostics are finished, you're gonna have to only check the last option, the last element we have on the list, which is Wi-Fi. Click information icon next to Wi-Fi and check whether everything is working properly. If everything is working properly, your Wi-Fi should return back to normal after the software update. If not, then you're gonna have to reach out to customer support service and to let them know about this issue. And that's it. Now, to restart your laptop from here, you're gonna have to go to the Apple menu and select Restart. Thank you for watching this video. If it helped you, please consider subscribing to our channel, leave us a like and a comment below, and I'll see you in the next one.
Welcome. In this video, we will perform the Wi-Fi speed test on both MacBook Neo and MacBook Air M5. So both laptops released in 2026. In both tests, we'll be using Speedometer 3.1 browser tool for measuring speed tests. Both laptops are also connected to the same Wi-Fi network, and they are located pretty much at exactly the same distance from the router. So I think it's time that we simply start this test, and we'll see the results shortly. Okay, so Let's wait and see the results. So we have the progress bars at the bottom. Okay, so the Neo has already passed the test, and we got 49.3, and somehow the Air got a lower score, having 32.4 milliseconds. Okay, so I'm not sure. No, it's actually a rating. So yeah, so Neo has actually outpowered our Air model. So let's maybe try another router. So let me just connect to another network that is around. Okay, so I can see that it has a much better connection with this one. That's just weird. Okay, so maybe let's try to connect them to a different network, and let's run the test once again. Can we do that? Okay. Okay, so we are connected to another one, a weaker network. Though, let's still check out the Wi-Fi speed test. .3 as it used to be, and 32.9. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. Maybe we should clear the browsing history. But yeah, you can see it for yourself. So just give me a moment. I'm just gonna quickly clean the browser history, maybe the cookies and everything else, and we'll try once again. Okay, so let's perform the test for the third time, and I have tried to connect them to the same Wi-Fi network, but they don't seem to want to for some reason. At least this one doesn't want to connect to it. So maybe this one will work. Okay, so no, could not be joined. Okay, so maybe let's try the initial network. Let's reconnect them both to the first network that we tried. Okay, so they are both connecting. They have the same. Okay, no, you didn't connect yet. You know what? I'm thinking that one of them is blocking the connection of another one. So maybe if I perform the test on the Neo first, and then we'll perform it on the Air, maybe this will be more fair, because Neo could simply be granted better connection speed somehow. I'm not sure about the router settings for this particular network and how it distributes the network speed between devices. Okay, so right now it's just Neo. Then I'm gonna disconnect Neo from the Wi-Fi. Okay, so it's around the same as it was before. Now let's disconnect from the Wi-Fi. Let's also check the summary so that you can see them. And now let's enable Wi-Fi here, and let's connect this laptop to the Wi-Fi. I'm not sure. Okay, so are you connected? Okay, so right now it is connected, and Neo is disconnected. So let's start a test. And in the meantime, I will show you the results overview on Neo, so you can see everything for yourself. Okay. Okay, so now the Air having been connected by itself still got the worst results. So for some reason, the Air has a worse connection speed than Neo does. Maybe it's intentional, I'm not sure. But here we have the results for Neo. Let me just show you them in full. And so yes, I guess this is it for the test. Thank you so much for watching this video. If it helped you, if you liked it, please consider subscribing to our channel, leave us a like and a comment below, and I'll see you in the next one.
Welcome. In this video, I will show you how to make your MacBook Air M5 work faster. So let's start with cleaning the applications list. To do that, press Command and Spacebar to open Spotlight, and then search for Activity Monitor application. Open it, and here you'll be able to see all the CPU or memory hungry applications on your device. You can sort them by CPU usage or RAM memory usage, and then find the ones that use too much of your memory in the background or too much of your CPU in the background. Select this application and just click the stop icon to prevent it from abusing your device. Besides, we can also change for applications working in the background and applications that turn on when the device starts up, or the startup when the device turns on. If we go to the Apple menu, open System Settings, and here in General tab, go to Login Items and Extensions. Here we'll see the applications that use our device in the background, and we can easily disable them by switching the toggle to the left next to the applications that we don't need to use. We can also see the applications that will automatically open when we log in. And and we'll be able to remove them with this minus icon if you don't want some excessive apps to turn on when you log in. Besides, in the same general settings, we can also check our current storage, occupied storage on the MacBook. So if you go to the storage menu, you'll be able to see how much storage is free on your MacBook, and I recommend keeping at least 10% of your storage free, because MacBook uses it as a virtual RAM memory in order to keep your background activities working in the background and not occupying your actual RAM memory, and it does it very effectively. But if you have to clean your storage here, you can just click the information icon and empty some unneeded directories like bin, or we can also download some documents that we don't need. Select the document you want to uninstall and click delete, and this way you'll be able to clean up your device's storage. Besides, some applications also have cache that remains on your laptop, and to clean up that cache, go to Go menu on the toolbar, hold down the Option key, and this will make the library directory appear in here. Click on it, and in the library you will see you'll find the caches folder, which contains basically all the cache from your device. And sometimes even after you delete something from your MacBook, it will still keep gathering some cache data, and it also occupies space. So after you delete something from your PC, don't forget to check the caches folder and move the cache of the application to the bin. And now let's move on to some more practical solutions, more maybe user-friendly solutions, all in one, like the free cleanup tool that is called Onyx. It's a pretty old one and it's free. So let's search for Onyx macOS, and it's the tool from Titanium Software. So as you can see, their official website is titanium-software.fr. And here we have the download link. Let's download this application, then run, agree to license agreement, and then drag this app to your applications folder. Let's run it from here. Open it. Let's give it some permissions. It will need it. Switch this title to the right and enter your password to give it full disk access so it can clean up your device from unnecessary data. Click reopen and let the application actually reopen. Okay, and here in the Onyx application, we have the maintenance and also files if you want to erase some files. But basically, the maintenance is the main thing that interests us because it will let us do everything in one place, especially in terms of cleaning. So here we have smart status, verifying smart status, verifying structure of the file system, rebuilding a launch services database, and a bunch of different stuff, and also cleaning the system, the applications, the internet, excessive files. You can also learn more and adjust all of these settings by clicking the information icon and switching some options on or off. And if you click run tasks, you just have to click continue twice and enter your password, and this will begin a big cleanup process of your laptop. So now let's wait until the maintenance is performed and our device is restarted. And after the restart, your device will be clean. Now, besides, we can also sometimes check the disk or the main drive structure, which will also fix some of the hardware issues that you might have with your MacBook. I personally recommend doing it whenever your PC is lagging or you're encountering some rather not very specific issues. Simply open the disk utility on your MacBook, and then select your Macintosh HD, select first 8, run, then continue, and then run the first 8 on your disk. This will basically just check the integrity of your files. Then click done, and that's it. So I hope that this video was helpful for you, and if it was, please consider subscribing to our channel, leave us a like in the comment below, and I'll see you in the next one.
Welcome. In this video, I will show you how to install and play Fallout 4 on MacBook Air M5. So the game itself is not natively supported by Mac, but it is very playable on this laptop, and all we have to do is install the third-party program, which is called Crossover, We can find this program on the official developer's website, which is called weverse.com, and here we have it. The program itself is paid for. We have the 1-year support, and we have also the lifetime version. Sometimes it goes for a smaller price on discounts. They also have some coupons from time to time, so you can go ahead and search for a coupon yourself. This program is great, and I also offer the free access. So if you'd like to try it out, just download the free version by clicking Try Now right here. Then enter your name here, your email address below, then click Download Trial Now. And this will download the crossover DMG file. Let's run it. Click Move to Applications folder to install it. And then let's open the file and try the free trial version. And on the home page, let's select Steam, install Steam. So the Steam installation process is pretty simple. We just have to wait until the packages are downloaded. Sometimes we're gonna have to confirm the download, and then we will go through the default Steam installation process, which requires selecting a language and basically clicking next all the way through until the Steam is installed. So let's quickly get through it. And before we run Steam, let's uncheck this checkbox and finish the installation. And then we can also adjust the Steam launch settings. So just click the Steam icon right here, and then we can adjust the graphics. So switch for the graphics from auto to D3D metal, which will allow us get a smoother gameplay. And then if you are planning to install and download some DLSS modes for your Fallout, enable DLSS here. And if you want to run the game with Metal HUD to check your performance, then select Run with Options, and then click plus icon next to environmental variables and select Metal Performance HUD, then click Run. And now one additional piece of information: if you are planning to download a DLSS mode, for example, or any other kind of mode for your Fallout 4, and you want to do it manually through some external websites, you can access your virtual C disk by going to the Go on your toolbar on your desktop. Then you're going to have to hold down Options key on your keyboard. This will make the library option appear on the list. Open the library here, and then to access the C disk, you have to select Expand Application Support in your library. Then in Application Support, find Crossover, expand the Crossover. In Crossover, you'll find Bottles. Here you'll find Steam, and in Steam, you will actually find a drive C, and this is our virtual C drive. So here we have the program files, and in program files, we of course have the Steam folder, and this is the Steam folder with all your games. So it looks exactly as the one on Windows, and it has all the appropriate files, so anything you can be looking for. Okay, so now we're gonna have to sign into our Steam account. So I'm gonna quickly do it using the QR code. Just give me a moment. And then you're just gonna have to find the Fallout 4 in your library, click Install, confirm, accept the license agreement, and wait until the game is installed on your laptop. Okay, and let's run the game and see how it goes. Okay, so we have the Ultra graphics by default. Let's check how it goes on this laptop. I think the gameplay will be seamless. I think we'll have somewhat around 60 FPS all the time. Okay, now that's one mistake that I made. I forgot to enable the full screen mode. Okay, so we are in the Nuka-Cola World location. I actually forgot that I finished here last time. So yeah, we have the stable 60 FPS, and I don't actually think that's we even have to perform any gameplay testing here. This game plays perfectly on this laptop. No freezes, no FPS drop downs, ultra settings, and everything goes perfectly. Okay, so that's pretty much what the game looks like. And as I said, I don't think there's anything else to add. The gameplay looks fine. The FPS is stable 60. Probably will drop a little bit after the laptop gets hot. So yeah, of course, the throttling issue will not go anywhere. But generally speaking, this game is as playable as it gets on MacBook Air M5. And so yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you so much for watching this video. If it helped you, please consider subscribing to our channel, leave us a like and a comment below. And I'll see you in the next one.
Welcome. In this video, I will share some Finder tips on MacBook Air M5, especially useful for people who just switched from Windows-based PCs. So Finder, or the File Explorer, is pretty much always located in your dock unless you hide it from here, which is not an issue at all since we can easily access it from the desktop if you just press Command and combination of keys. This will open the new Finder window. Now this will only work if you are on desktop, because generally this command opens a new window of a particular program. So for example, if you press this combination of keys in your browser, it will open a new browser tab. But on desktop, it will open a new Finder window. Okay, and so the main thing that I would like to start with is the views, as this is one of the most important things in the Finder. So we have 4 different views. The default one is icon view, which is not very practical in my opinion, since it doesn't really enhance anything. It just shows us a bunch of icons on the screen, and we cannot sort the files visually this way. But for some reason, it is the main view, probably because it's just natural. But we also have list view, which is useful if you'd like to dig through infinite folders. So for example, the library folder, which has many subfolders that also have a lot of different subfolders. So this view lets you easily expand each folder's contents and then the following folder's contents, and this way you can follow the very long paths. This is my personal favorite one, but it's not very user-friendly. The more user-friendly version, however, is the third view option, which is the column, and it also lets you navigate through folders. So you just select a folder you want to go from, and the folder contents get displayed in the second column. Then you just open the following folder, and it will open the following folders contents. And this way you can pretty much go as far as you'd like to, but yeah, it also limits you in terms of in case of very long paths. And the last view we have is the gallery view. So it's a very specific view which you would only be useful if you are watching some gallery folders. Okay, so I briefly mentioned the path before in this video, so let's talk a bit more about path. As you can see, we don't have interactive path like we do on Windows, but if you just press the folder's name with 2 fingers, you'll be able to see the exact path that you had to follow in order to access this particular folder. And this way you can basically find the folder to the path to the folder where you are currently at. But if you'd like to have path view, nevertheless, just click view icon on the toolbar, scroll down until you see the show path bar option. Okay, let's return back to Finder, and if you press show path bar here, it will actually display the path bar as you would expect at the bottom of your screen. Well, at the bottom, not at the top. Okay, so now let's talk extensions. So the extensions by default do not show for each files, for every file types. And if you want to enable this feature, you're gonna have to go to Finder settings. So click on Finder on your toolbar, then go to settings, and here in advanced settings, you'll be able to click the checkbox next to show all file name extensions, and this will show you the extensions of pretty much everything you have in your Finder. And yeah, also when you are performing a search, it searches through your entire Mac, and since Mac's SSD are pretty fast, it will actually find the file that you're looking for immediately, even if it's in a completely different directory. But in case you'd like to change that for convenience, maybe you have the same file name in many different directories, you can change search performance from this Mac to current folder or using the previous search scope. Now let's talk more about the view. So some folders have both subfolders and elements, and if you'd like to organize them so that the folders are always displayed at the top, as like we have it in Windows, we have to go once again to View and then go to View Options, open Show View Options, and here first of all, if you really like some specific view like the column view, make sure to hit this checkbox and then select group by you can group by name and you can group by kind. Okay, so here we have the grouping options. So yeah, I think the name grouping is actually a very useful setting, but you can also group applications by kind. This way, this is something unique to the Mac, which basically divides your files into different kinds of files, and it's pretty useful, honestly. Okay, but I told you about something different about folders on top, and I accidentally opened the wrong menu. So where we want to actually go is Finder settings, and then we're gonna have to go to general, and here we're gonna have to no, we actually have to go back to advanced, and here hit the checkbox next to in Windows when sorting by name. So this will keep your folders on top of other files in the folder. And so yeah, that's basically how you sort your data in Finder. And after applying all of these settings, hopefully it will be more convenient for you to search through your Finder application. Besides, you can also preview all files that you have both on the desktop and in your Finder simply by pressing the spacebar after selecting some elements, which is also very useful, and I recommend getting used to this feature. And that's pretty much it for this video. Thank you for watching it. If it helps you, please consider subscribing to our channel, leave us a like in the comment below, and I'll see you in the next one.
Welcome. In this video, we'll compare MacBook Air M5 and MacBook Neo from the point of resale value and long-term investment. So the question is, which of these laptops will be better potentially for reselling? So which one to buy if we'd want to resell the laptop later? Now, planning to resell your Apple product is a smart way to own an Apple product. Therefore, it's a really question that matters. And let's think about it. So actually, the answer to this question is pretty much obvious and simple. And if I'd have to tell you right now, then I would say that the MacBook Air is definitely a better choice from this point of view. And now the question is why. So the key differences between these two laptops is first, the chip. So the MacBook Neo uses an A18 Pro chip, which was released in September 2024, which not too long ago, but still the Air model uses M5 silicon chip, which is the newest one. That's basically the most upgraded version of the Apple silicon chips ever released. So Air uses the newest Apple chip that Apple have ever created, and it will of course lose its value throughout a longer period of time than Apple's than MacBook Neo's A18 Pro. Having said that, of course, A18 Pro is still a good processor, and if you would like to buy your laptop for a performance, you might still want to choose a cheaper version of MacBook Neo. But still, I think that this chip will make this laptop lose its value much quicker. The next thing is the RAM memory. Now, first of all, if you are planning to buy yourself a laptop for reselling, then go for the minimum amount of RAM memory that you need. So basically, if 16 gigabytes is enough for your needs, then go with 16 gigabytes Air model. So if you feel limited with 16 gigabytes, go for 24 version. But the thing is that you're gonna pay more, and so you will gain less at the end, as if you buy yourself a version with bigger amounts of RAM memory, then your laptop will lose statistically more value than the base model. So yeah, it's of course it's said about the Air model, as the Neo only has 8 gigabytes of RAM memory in both the base model and their more expensive model. So both of them have 8 gigabytes of RAM memory, which is not really practical. And don't get me wrong. Now, this laptop is very usable and it's very practical, of course. But still, it's hard to predict how far this will go. So I'm not really sure if Apple decides to produce the next Neo, or maybe they will call it somewhere else. So if they if they produce in another laptop in the same budget segment, I don't really think that they will once again do it with 8 gigabytes of RAM memory, though of course they can totally do this. But the thing is, modern world requires a lot of RAM, and there are much less potential people that you would be able to resell your MacBook to if it has 8 gigabytes of RAM in it, because there is simply said, your laptop, your your MacBook Neo will not be as needed in 2 or 3 years from now, simply because of the limited RAM amount. And the Air model, on the other side, has a huge advantage in this point. So in my opinion, the Air will not lose as much of its base value as MacBook Neo, simply because of this RAM memory aspect. And the next thing is the battery and fast charging support. I don't think if it matters that much, but the Neo model has a very limited battery, so it's not limited in performance. No, this laptop actually can work up to 16 hours on a single charge, but over time this battery will of course degrade and will be in need of replacement, and it will degrade faster than on Air, since the Air simply uses twice the battery twice as big. So yeah, I think the battery size may also impact the price. And also the next thing is the technology. So the Neo uses USB 3.0 and 2.0, and Air model uses 2 Thunderbolts of the newest generation, which allows a much better transmission speed. So once again, the USB 3.0 and 2.0 might be considered maybe considered outdated in a couple of years, and this will lower the need of the MacBook Neo in the following couple of years, if you want to resell this laptop to someone. And so yeah, that's pretty much it. That's the answer for why. And that's the answer to the question why Air is a better choice for a laptop if you are planning to resell your laptop later. And I hope that this video helped you, and if it did, please consider subscribing to our channel, leave us a like and a comment below, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome. In this video, we'll compare the quality of the cameras and the microphones in the MacBook Neo and MacBook Air M5. So, the specifications for cameras from which I'd like to start are quite unclear. They're pretty clear for the MacBook Air M5. So this laptop has a web camera with 12 megapixel sensor with full HD, so 1080 resolution support. Now for the Neo, the specifications are similar, though it doesn't specify, so Apple didn't specify which sensor it uses, so it's definitely lower than 12 megapixel, and it doesn't support center stage like the Air does. But still, they both support full HD calls with 1080 resolution. So if we open cameras on both of these laptops, so let me just start FaceTime on both of them. we'll see that the difference isn't very noticeable. So yeah, both cameras generally look bad. Let me use effects on both of them. So this should filter my background. What is it? Okay, so this will crop me out. And they both do pretty much the same job here. So I cannot tell you which one is better, which one is worse, but we don't have the center stage feature here as we do have on our Air. And the center stage feature basically just follows you around. So if you just, you know, so it tries to maintain your face in the camera all the time. So yeah, basically there is not much of a difference on these laptops as for the video quality, at least. And now for the microphone's quality, I'm gonna be using voice memos, and I'm just gonna record the same recording. Now both laptops support Apple's technology for both voice enhancements in microphones and what was it called? It was this other option. Other option which is called wide spectrum. So the wide spectrum, which will enhance your environment's sounds. Basically, I'm not really sure what they added it for. However, in voice memos, we cannot use the wide spectrum feature. Therefore, I'm just gonna record a regular voice and the one that will basically focus on my voice primarily, trying to, you know, remove the background sounds. So let me just open voice memos on both of these laptops. Okay, and so yeah, they are located pretty much next to each other, so I think I can record them at the same time, and then we'll play videos or recordings separately to find out which one is better. So according to specifications, they are both both of these laptops are basically you know, praised by Apple for having some incredible microphone quality for recording video from separate microphones and filtering your voice using their AI technology or something. And yeah, so the results should be the same. But I prefer. So I didn't test this feature before, and I didn't perform this test before. So it's gonna be a surprise for me too. So let's start the recording. Okay, and so now I am recording my voice on both of the laptops, and I'm recording using a standard microphone mode. Now let me switch from standard to voice isolation. So this is how standard recordings, what standard recording sounds like, and this is what voice isolation recording sounds like. So even on the graph, I can kind of see it, but not exactly. So it actually filters some smaller noises out of the recording. But yeah, let's actually play it on both laptops right now. Let me just stop. Okay, so yeah, now the longest part of the video, I suppose, playing of the recording. So let me just settle the same volume on both on both laptops. Okay, so let's be around this. Okay, and so now I am recording my voice on both of the laptops, and I'm recording using a standard microphone mode. Now let me switch from standard to voice isolation. So this is how standard recordings, what standard recording sounds like, and this is what voice isolation recording sounds like. So even on the graph, I can kind of see it, but not exactly. So it actually filters some smaller noises out of the recording. But yeah, let's actually play it on both laptops right now. Okay, so yeah, so this was a recording from MacBook Neo, and you could hear everything yourself. Now there was definitely a difference between regular voice recording and the voice isolated recording. Now let's check out how that sounds on our Air model. Okay, and so now I am recording my voice on both of the laptops, and I'm recording using a standard microphone mode. Now let me switch from standard to voice isolation. So this is how standard recordings, what standard recording sounds like, and this is what voice isolation recording sounds like. So even on the graph, I can kind of see it, but not exactly. So it actually filters some smaller noises out of the recording. But yeah, let's actually play it on both laptops right now. Okay, so this was kind of awkward, playing this tape like 2 times. So you eventually you had to hear it 3 times in a row, and it wasn't scripted, not anything. But yeah, they work pretty much the same. In my opinion, I like the recording from the Air definitely more. Having said that, it's not like the Neo did some awful job. No, the Neo's microphones work pretty much the same, and the recordings sound similar, and the technology that isolates the voice works pretty much in the same way on both laptops. Probably I just liked the speaker quality on the Air more than on the Neo. So yeah, that's pretty much the results of the test. So hope you enjoyed this video, and if you liked it, please consider subscribing to our channel, leave us a like and a comment below, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome. In this video, we'll perform a throttling test on MacBook Air M5 using Cyberpunk 2077. So in this video, we'll be using the Steam version, using crossover. This is the only version that supports DLSS, and the only one that I have on my PC. So your experience with Cyberpunk 2077 that you got from App Store, for example, which is optimized for your system, may be different, and maybe even much different. But what we are looking for in this test is to check how the FPS will change over time. So we'll just start playing the game, and I'll check the initial FPS meter. Of course, the laptop will warm up a little after some time, and then we'll check the FPS meter once again. So right now it's really hard to tell what FPS we're having, since it says 160, but of course it is not true since the game hasn't started yet. Okay, so let's check the settings. We have the preset graphics. Here we have it. Have medium preset. I think we can set it to high to get the results even faster. And yeah, now as for the DLSS and how to install this version and enable this version of Cyberpunk on your laptop, and how to enable DLSS in it, we have a separate video on our channel that explains this process step by step. It's gonna be pretty simple. You just have to follow the instructions that we show in that video, so you're highly welcome to check it out for yourself. So let's actually start the game and check the initial FPS level. Okay, so the initial FPS level is 69, so 69 to 60 to 69, somewhat around that. Let's say 60 to 70 to be less precise and more simpler. And yeah, so what I'm planning to do right now is, just play the game, and then we'll speed up the process, and we'll just show you some key moments and compare the FPS in different parts of the game. In the meantime, I'm also gonna monitor how the laptop warms up over time. Okay, I can already see that the FPS dropped, but it's not due to overheating. Definitely, simply because I changed the view. Okay, so let's just start playing, basically. Okay, so we've been playing for roughly 10 minutes now, and the location has changed. Also, it's daytime now, so I think we have more textures inside, but I can already say at this point that the FPS has dropped down to 250 or even 47 at some point, so you can see it for yourself. It's being shown on the, of course, metal HUD all the time. So let's continue playing and see how it affects the gameplay. Okay, so we've been playing for over 20 minutes now, and still the laptop didn't warm up a bit. And as about FPS, you can see that it's somewhat around 65 to 70, so nothing has really changed. So it switches from lower to higher from time to time as the general time switches, and the time of the day changes in game, and as we switch from between different locations and environments. So I guess we'll continue playing and see what happens next. Okay, so it's been over 30 minutes of gameplay for now, and I've noticed some FPS drop, but since it's not night as it used to be at the beginning of the game, the location is pretty similar. I'm not sure how far we are from the exact location where we started, but I don't see much difference from the initial location here. So I think we can just keep waiting here until the night starts, and then we'll check the FPS again. So right now it's around 43 to 45. The laptop itself isn't overheated, so it's normal temperature. So I guess we'll just stay here, and then we'll check the FPS and how it changed over the gameplay period. Okay, and so it's been over 1 hour of gameplay roughly, and we are pretty much at the exactly same location where we started. And right now the FPS is significantly lower. So as you can see, after 1 hour of these games running, we got a significant drop down of the FPS. So right now we have 30 FPS, but it feels even lower for some reason. And it's even lower in games. So the lowest FPS so far that I got in this game was at this house. So the starting game location, not the starting, not exactly the starting one, but if you played this game, you know the house, the first house where V lives. This location has a lot of details, and I actually reached some 19 FPS there. However, the average was around 30. As for the laptop itself, it didn't overheat, not at all. So it's slightly warmed up right now, but I cannot say that it's hot or anything. But yeah, we can see that the FPS dropped by 20 to 30 after around an hour of gameplay, and I don't think that it will drop any further. So I think that's enough for the test. So yeah, we definitely cannot play any game for a very long time on this laptop without any breaks, since it significantly affects the FPS that we are having in the game. And so yeah, that's pretty much it. So thank you so much for watching this video. If you liked it, please consider subscribing to our channel, leave us a like and a comment below, and I'll see you in the next one.
That's $99 versus $1,099, and both are Macs. Both are thin, aluminum, and fanless, but one of them has a chip from an iPhone. And you know what? In one test, it outperformed every mobile x86 processor on the market. Today, we're not just going to compare numbers. We'll run both through 7 real-world scenarios and show where each one truly excels. We'll take both MacBooks and test them in student mode, video editing, multitasking, gaming on the go, for home tasks, and for professional connections to monitors and peripherals. And at the end, a clear verdict with a table showing who each is for, and without any BS. Lecture notes, presentations, a browser with 15 tabs open, Zoom running in the background. This is a typical student day. We open Safari with 15 tabs, Google Docs, Keynote, and FaceTime all at once. The Neo handles it. 8 GB is not much, but the A18 Pro manages memory so efficiently that in this mode, you will not even notice the difference. Geekbench, single core, and the Neo, 3,461 points. For context, that's faster than the M1 MacBook Air and even the M3 iPad Air in single core tests. And the Air M5? It just flies. 16 GB of memory, an N5 chip with 10 CPU cores. Here there's headroom for much more. Here's the key point. Neo costs $499 for students. That's half the price of the Air, and it does everything a student needs. One more thing, the Neo's keyboard doesn't have backlighting. If you often work in dark classrooms or in the library late at night, this can really be annoying. The Air comes with backlighting as standard. This is where it gets interesting. Let's take a 4K project in Final Cut Pro. On the Neo, yes, 4K editing works. A photographer and videographer tested the Neo in real work scenarios and confirmed editing 4K video is quite possible, even when other applications are open at the same time. But here's the catch. 8 GB of memory is the limit. Add a few layers of effects, color correction, and you'll hit the ceiling. Export will be slower. The Neo's GPU has only 5 cores compared to 10 in the M5. The Air M5 is on a different level, a 3rd generation GPU with ray tracing, 153 GB per second memory bandwidth, which is 28% more than the N4. Blender, DaVinci Resolve, After Effects, all of these run more freely with 16 GB. And then there's the display. Neo uses sRGB, while the Air has P3 wide color. If you work with color professionally, on the Neo you simply won't see part of your color gamut. Slack, email, Excel, a browser with 20 tabs, Zoom, a call, motion graphics. That's just a typical Tuesday. The Neo can handle it. One reviewer worked with a dozen apps at the same time and described the experience as fast and responsive. Not a single slowdown in a typical productivity mode. But if you're used to keeping hundreds of tabs open in Safari, that's a different story. 8 GB will start to run out here. macOS will unload background tabs and you'll notice it. The Air with 16 GB and the option to go up to 32 is true freedom. You don't have to worry about how many tabs are open. The M5 is 28% faster in multitasking compared to the M4, and you can feel it. The Neo is a chip from the iPhone 16 Pro. It's optimized for mobile games and Apple Arcade runs great on it. The metal test in Geekbench shows 31,286 points for the Neo and 33,148 for the BN1R. So, in terms of graphics, the Neo is almost at the level of the M1, but falls just a bit short. With the Air M5, things get more serious here. The GPU features third-generation ray tracing, offering a 50% improvement in games compared to the M4. AAA ports like Resident Evil Village and Death Stranding are its territory. Don't forget, the Neo only supports 4K at 60 Hz on external memory. The Air supports up to 6K at 60 Hz and can connect to 2 displays. For a gamer with a monitor, that's important. And the verdict: casual gaming, Neo, serious games, Air. Both are fanless, both are quiet, both are lightweight. The Neo is a bit more compact. It has the smallest form factor among all MacBooks, 29.75 centimeters wide compared to 30.41 on the Air. The difference isn't huge, but in a cramped airplane seat, it's noticeable. The battery lasts 16 hours on the Neo, 18 on the Air. In real-world tests, the Neo lasted almost 14 hours with a looping 4K video. The Air lasted a bit longer, 16 hours. The difference is about 2 hours and 40 minutes. Charging. Neo charges via USB-C. Air uses MagSafe plus USB-C and supports fast charging up to 70 watts. Another thing, Wi-Fi. Neo has Wi-Fi 6E, Air has Wi-Fi 7. In airports and hotels where lots of people are fighting for a signal, Wi-Fi 7 really gives you an advantage. Verdict. Neo is lighter, both in your pocket and on your budget. Air is for those who live on the road and need maximum battery life. Replying to emails, watching Netflix, video calling your parents, paying bills, uploading vacation photos. That's where the Neo shines. This is exactly the kind of user Apple created it for. $599. That's the price of a Mac Mini, the price of an iPhone 17e, and you get a full-fledged Mac with an aluminum body, a beautiful display, and 4 vibrant colors: blush, indigo, silver, and citrus, with a color-matched keyboard to the body. The speakers are surprisingly good for this price. Spatial audio with Dolby Atmos. For Netflix and YouTube, that's more than enough. Air. Here it's pure overkill. If you don't plan to edit videos or keep 200 tabs open, the Neo for $599 does all the same things. Verdict: Neo is the clear winner. You save $500 without sacrificing quality of life. And here is where the biggest gap between the Neo and the Air lies. Neo. 2 USB ports, but one of them is USB 2.0 with a speed of 480 megabits per second. That's the level of the year 2000. External display only through the left port, up to 4K at 60 Hz and no Thunderbolt. Air. 2 Thunderbolt 4 ports, MagSafe charging is supported, support for up to 2 external displays. You can connect one up to 6K and the second up to 5K. For a desktop setup, this is a completely different level. If you want to connect an external SSD, monitors, and charging at the same time, the Neo physically can't do it. With the Air and MagSafe, both USB-C ports remain free. And the camera. The Air has a 12-megapixel center stage camera, while the Neo has an 1800 FaceTime HD camera without center stage. For work calls, there's no difference. And let's be honest, The MacBook Neo is not a stripped-down Mac. It's not a cheap computer with compromises at every turn. In the Cinebench 2024 test, its A18 Pro, consuming just 3.5 to 4 watts, outperformed every mobile x86 processor in the database, including Intel Core Ultra and AMD Ryzen. It's faster than the Apple M3 in single-core tasks. No used laptop for $600 can compete with the Neo on any metric. Neither in performance, nor in display quality, nor in sound, nor in build quality. But the Air is in a different league. It's for those who know they need more. More memory, more ports, a better camera, a P3 display, Thunderbolt 4, and Wi-Fi 7. The Neo offers 80% of the Air's capabilities for 55% of the price. And for most people, that 80% is more than enough. Conclusion. If you've watched up to this point and are still unsure, ask yourself one question. Do I really need more than 8 gigabytes and basic ports? If yes, go with the Air. If not, or if you're not sure, go with the Neo. The $500 you save can be spent on Apple Care, AirPods, or you can just keep it for yourself. Links to both MacBooks are in the description. Subscribe if you want more in-depth comparisons instead of boring spec lists.
Welcome. In this video, we'll compare AI workflows and local models performance on MacBook Air M5 and MacBook Neo. So for both tests, for all of the tests, both laptops will be disconnected from the internet so that we know that the results that we get from the tests are the things that these laptops have done and not something that they got from the internet, as many of the features available with Apple Intelligence only work when you are connected to the internet. That being said, the first test will be rewriting the text, the same piece of text on both laptops, so you can get to know better with the text itself by checking it out on one of the laptops you see in front of you. Now, what we're trying to look at is the way that the AI performs the rewriting and also the speed of the rewriting. So let's simply select the same text on both laptops, and now let's select rewrite option on both of them, and then we'll check how it performs. So right now. Okay, so first the speed. Air did slightly better. Now for the differences, I don't see any. Maybe you could have can notice something, but generally I don't think I see any difference between these two texts. So definitely some of the words were replaced, so they are both different from the original version of the text. But as for these two, I think they are pretty much the same. So they didn't, if they are fully the same, then this probably means that they actually used some words replacement algorithms instead of AI, or at least they use them when you are not connected to the internet. But so yeah, so this is the result of the first text, and you get to know with the results better yourself if you would like to check both of these texts separately. Now let's perform another test. So let's try to use AI to remove this pigeon from the photo on both laptops. So we'll simply stop edit, and then we'll go to we're gonna have to go to the more options. Oh no, we have to select clean up. Okay, so let's select clean up on both laptops, and now let's okay, this one says that cleanup cannot be downloaded. Oh, okay, so we didn't download cleanup on an Air. Okay, give me a moment. Okay, so right now we have this feature prepared on both laptops. Now let's simply wipe out the pigeon from the photo. So let me just draw around this pigeon on our Air, and then let me do the same thing on the Neo. And now let's see how they perform. So they detected pigeon immediately, and they did well both. Now as for the difference, I don't see any. So I don't see any artifacts on any of these images. So it looks natural. It looks oddly natural. So it's a great result in my opinion for both of them. Yeah, I clearly saw that Neo did some better job here, so it is slightly faster, but I don't think that it would changes anything actually. But yeah, so we can see clearly that in case of this tool, both laptops performed very well. Okay, so now let's enter the image playground on both laptops. Okay, and on the Neo. And let's create a new image. Now, let's use I can see that hardhead is available on both laptops immediately. What else we have here? Okay, here we have the same propositions. So let's go with the Starry Night. Let's also choose Adventure and Party. Okay, so definitely Air did some better job here. So yeah, you can see the Air created an image immediately. As for okay, and Neo for some reason decided to put an appearance here, but why? Can we remove an appearance? Okay, maybe it will perform better this time. No, so yeah, so clearly our Air did better, and for some reason I cannot create a photo without a person on the Neo. So to be fair, let's also put a person in here. And let's see the difference. Okay, so let me zoom in. So maybe we can find more differences between these two photos. So something weird was added next to the tent on our Air. I'm not sure what it is, but it looks like flowers. Where was it? Oh, so it was a party arrangement. Okay, so yeah, there isn't much of a difference. Both look pretty similar. Let's look at the following photos. Why did the Neo start to generate the image again. Okay. Okay, so this is the grandma from the previous picture that we had on air. Okay, so yeah, it's pretty much the same result for both laptops, except for Air definitely does it faster. Okay, we got the same person in both photos. So the photo on our Neo is simply zoomed in version of the photo on the left. And so yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you for watching this video. If you liked it, please consider subscribing to our channel, leave us a like and a comment below, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome. In this video, we'll perform some benchmarks and we'll compare MacBook Neo and MacBook Air M5. So let's start with the Geekbench, and let's start with the CPU benchmark on both of these laptops. So here we have the same Geekbench application opened. Let's run the benchmark on both of these laptops. And I don't think that this process really matters that much, so we can basically just skip to the result. So just let me do that real quick. Okay, and so this test lasted 3 minutes 50 seconds on the Air model, and here we have the result. So single core score and multi-core score, and here are the results for the Neo. Now let me scroll down. Okay. So the results are interestingly the same. Now the object detection for Air actually works better than on M5. And on Neo works better than on Air. Okay, now multi-core, of course, the Air performed much better. So these are the results for the CPU, and now we can check the GPU instead. So let's run the following, the GPU benchmark on both laptops. Okay, so open CL and the GPUs, and let's run the benchmarks.
Okay, so the results are here, and from what I can see, the Air performed much better than the Neo, but here are the overall results for both laptops. Okay, and right now we scroll down to the performance, and here are the performance stats for both laptops. Okay, and right now let's go to the following benchmark. And the following one will be Maxon Cinebench, and as you can see, we cannot perform the GPU benchmarks on the Neo models, so instead we'll only go through CPU on multiple threads and CPU on the single thread. And the first one I'm gonna start is the CPU for multiple threads on both laptops, and we'll see how it performs. Okay, so we already got the points for our for the Air model. So we got 3,598 points, and it takes the 7th place in chart. Now the Neo is yet to finish the process. So in the meantime, I would like to also run the GPU test on our Air laptop, since we'll not be able to perform it on the Neo. So let's see how the Air shows itself in the video rendering on GPU. And in the meantime, we actually got the result for Neo. So as you can see, it performed with 1603 points for multiple threads CPU benchmark. So I think right now it's better if I just run the single thread CPU test on the Neo, and I will later run the same test on the Air, and we'll compare the results at the end. Okay, so the rendering for the single thread CPU is almost finished on the Air. In the meantime, we can check the GPU score, which is 8,533 points, and comparing to other devices, Apple M5 GPU found itself right beneath the AMD Ryzen Threadripper. Okay, and now it's kind of weird because I remember different result, but somehow. Okay, so right now we're right under NVIDIA GeForce RTX 2070. Okay, so we can see all the information about these benchmark results right here in this block. Now, in the meantime, let's check the CPU single thread test for the Neo. As you can see, it did well. It got 542 points. Now M5 is gonna, from what I can see here, M5 is gonna get 668 points, which is slightly lower than Apple M4 Max, but it is very close. Okay, so let's wait until it finishes rendering. Okay, so eventually the single thread CPU benchmark actually outperformed the Apple M4 Max by about 30, even 40 points, which is cool. That means that this processor is actually better even than the upgraded model of the processor of the previous model. And so yeah, that's pretty much it. So that's all the results for this video. Thank you so much for watching it. If you liked it, please consider subscribing to our channel, leave us a like and a comment below, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome. In this video, I will show you how to install and play Skyrim on MacBook Air M5, and we'll show a quick game performance test too. So unfortunately, this Skyrim is not natively supported by Mac, but we can still play it on our MacBook with good performance, supposedly, using the Crossover application. It is a paid app. You can buy yourself a lifetime access. I'm not sure what the price is. They often have discounts, and they sometimes sell it for around $80. And it's a very good program. I can definitely recommend it. And it also has a free trial. So if you'd like to try it for yourself, just look for Crossover application in your web browser. The app is made by Codeweavers and is available on their codeweavers.com website. So just enter their website, find Crossover free trial version, click try now here, and on the following page, enter your name and email address, select macOS version, and click download trial now. This will install the Crossover DMG file on your computer. Then once you run it, click move to applications folder. Then let's open the app, and let's click try now to try the free version of the application. Then we're gonna have to install Steam. The process is pretty simple. So the Steam itself is available on the homepage of the application. So let's just click install next to Steam. Then we're also gonna have to go through the default Steam setup process, which includes selecting language and clicking next several times. And we'll also have to agree to downloading several Visual Studio packages during this process. So let's just skip ahead until we are on the sign-in page. Okay, now one more important thing before running Steam. Let's finish the Steam installation and let's go to our Crossover application. Let's select a Steam bottle here and then click on the Steam once. And this way we'll be able to adjust some advanced settings for our Steam bottle, so we can change the graphics from auto to the 3D metal to achieve better graphics in games. We can also enable DLSS. However, of course, the Skyrim does not support DLSS natively. We can only achieve it through using modes. Now, the modes are very hard to install, and I'm not going to show you in this video how to set up the DLSS mode on your Skyrim Steam version, but basically if you'd like to do it yourself, all you have to do is access the virtual Steam virtual C drive. So if you'd like to know where to install your modes, if you would like to achieve DLSS in Skyrim, you have to click go on the desktop and then press and hold the Option key.
this will let you access library. And in library, you're gonna have to find the application support folder, expand it, then scroll down to crossover application and expand the crossover folder. Then here you'll find bottles, expand Steam, and in Steam you will have this drive C folder, which is basically the virtual drive C. Now, of course, the Steam is located in program files x86, then Steam, then here we have the Steam folder system. I don't know why I don't have it entirely, but yeah, it's probably because we haven't yet launched the Steam. But yeah, that's basically where you install the mods on your Steam. So let's launch Steam, and then we're gonna have to sign into it. I'm gonna do it using the Steam Guard QR code. Oh, okay, and we're also gonna have to update the Steam. So yeah, so that's why I didn't have the entire architecture or Steam folders in my C drive. But yeah, once the Steam is updated, we'll have the proper configuration in our Finder. Okay, so let's allow Steam finding devices locally and wait for the Steam to launch. Okay, so it's launched already. Now let me just scan this QR code quickly and sign into my Steam account. Okay, let me do it once again. And then we're just gonna have to install Skyrim naturally. So just go to your library, find Skyrim, click install, confirm, then accept the license agreements, and then just wait until the Skyrim is installed. So it's gonna take a brief moment. Let's wait until the game is installed. Okay, and so the game is up and running. We also have the Metal HUD. By default, we got the ultra settings assigned to this game. So I guess we can just get to playing directly. Okay, so we have stable 60 FPS, basically. I'm in some kind of dungeon, so maybe it's not the best location for checking FPS, but yeah, you can see the performance of the game yourself. So everything is smooth and clean, and somebody is attacking me? No, it's just an NPC. Okay, I suppose that I know where I am. Let's go outside and let's check the FPS there. Doesn't seem like outside to me. Not yet, at least. Okay. Okay, I accidentally opened something. Okay, so let me just quickly figure out how I can get out of this location. And then we'll check the FPS outside of the dungeon. Okay, and so yeah, the FPS is stable 60, but the game is not in full screen mode, and really hate that because it's constantly closing because of shortcuts in the corners of the laptop. And I don't want to get back into the configuration to set it to full screen. But yeah, so basically we have the stable 60 FPS. Maybe there will be some drop downs after a while because of throttling, but so far goes so good. So yeah, you can totally freely play Skyrim on your MacBook. I guess even some mods will make this game look better. And everything looks great so far in the game. And so yeah, that's pretty much how you play Skyrim on your laptop, on your MacBook. Thank you so much for watching this video. If it helped you, please consider subscribing to our channel, leave us a like in the comment below, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome. In front of me are MacBook Neo from 2026 and the MacBook Air M5 also from 2026. And in this video, I will show you the video editing performance test and comparison between these two laptops. So we have the DaVinci Resolve opened on both of these laptops, and we have the same project opened. Now, the project itself on both laptops is just a bunch of random videos put on top of each other with a bunch of random effects just to create a visual of the media to be, or of the timeline to be exported. Now, I created this for comparison of the export speed and also the quality of playback during the editing, so we can compare the experience. And since I've had some experience working on both of these laptops on the same project, well, the experience is pretty much the same. So there is no stuttering on the Neo version, although it only has 8 GB of RAM. It doesn't really show, at least with the timeline that has less than 100 clips in it, and it has much less than 100. So you can see the preview on Air right now. So it goes smoothly, and if we play the preview on Neo, it will also go smoothly. So there are no stuttering notes. Nothing has changed. So you can see everything is just as smooth as it is on our Air. And so the experience with the editing itself is also pretty much the same. So while you're moving through the timeline, both on Air and on Neo, working on small projects feels pretty much the same. So yeah, there is not much to compare. I mean, both laptops perform relatively well. However, it's obvious that having 16 GB of RAM memory, the Neo can handle much heavier projects. Plus, not to mention that it has a slightly bigger screen, 13-inch, and Neo has a similar size, what it was like 11 point something. But still, working on rather smaller projects, it feels pretty much the same, and you can also see it as well. So normally, two different computers would process the previews differently. However, you can see that it's not the case here. So now the most interesting part, the export. So yeah, how both of them handle the export. So before I export these two timelines, I just want to mention that they are identical. The media in them is identical. It is stored in the same directory. So if I open Finder on both laptops, it is stored in exactly the same place. So it was, where was it? It was in movies. So here we have the source media here in movies folder on this laptop, and if I open movies folder on this laptop, we have the exactly the same media on both devices. And yeah, the amount of programs opened in the background is also the same. We have only, oh no, actually I have preview opened on my Air right now. But yeah, so basically only the QuickTime player is somehow opened on the. Okay, so right now I'm pretty positive. Okay, and Safari also. Okay, so right now we only have the Finder and the DaVinci Resolve opened on both laptops. So yeah, the directory of the source files is exactly the same. The project itself is exactly the same. Now let's also set the exactly same preset. It will be H.264 codec. And let's name this file the Air test. And this one will be the Neo test. And in a moment, we're gonna run a render. So let's also compare the export settings. So I didn't change anything here, so it's just a regular preset. So you can check for yourself, everything is identical. Subtitle settings, if you would like to see them too. Okay, so yeah. So as you can see, the projects are exactly the same. So the projects have to be a bit over 2 minutes in length. Now let's add both videos to the queue. Okay, and let me just zoom in so you can see everything for yourself. Okay, and let's render both of them. Okay, so the render has started, and obviously from the first seconds we can see that the Air is handling the render better than the Neo does. So while we have 37% ready on the Air, we only have 22 on the Neo. So from what I can tell you, the Neo will give you like 40% of the Air performance. However, let's check it out. So the Air is unexpectedly fast actually. Although it's like a 2 minutes video, but it's has a lot of elements. Okay, so the render is finished in 40 seconds. It didn't feel like 40 seconds though, but I mean, you can check it on the YouTube timeline. Okay, and the render is still not done on the Neo, but let's check how long it will take for the Neo to render the same thing. Okay, so for some reason it began to stutter, or at least it feels like it. Okay, so 1.30. So yeah, pretty much a little bit more than it is a little bit more than twice as slower as the Air. So yeah, it's pretty much what I said. So like the 40% of the performance of the Air. So yeah, we can clearly see that the render on the Neo took 1 minute and 30 seconds comparing to 40 seconds on Air M5, which is pretty obvious, but it is done just out of curiosity, like how much better the Air model handles files comparing to our Neo. So let's check the results. So we can see the size is exactly the same in both Neo and Air, and I think the video will be exactly the same too for both laptops. So you can tell, well, still, I think for some purposes, the Neo would still be a great choice. Of course, the M5 Air has a much better performance speed, but still, if you don't really need that performance still all that much, as I mentioned before, this experience itself of working on a Neo, of working in DaVinci Resolve is pretty much the same. It feels pretty much the same, and you've seen everything for yourself. So yeah, that's pretty much the results of the test, and that's it for this video, and I hope that you liked it, and if you did, please consider subscribing to our channel, leave us a like and a comment below, and I'll see you in the next one. In this video, I will show you how to install CS2 on MacBook Air M5 of 2026, or basically on any MacBook with silicon chip. So first of all, we're gonna need to download and install the Crossover application, which will let us then install the Steam and the games that are not natively supported by Mac. Now, the Crossover application, it is not free; it is paid for. But still, they have the 14 days free trial version, which I recommend trying first before you get to know whether or not the game you want to play is running smoothly on your laptop. So right now I'm recording this video on the MacBook Air M5, which is the 2026 model, and let's search for the Crossover Mac website. Their official website is codeviewers.com, so let's open their official website, and here, as you can see, lifetime support costs almost $494, or 12-month support is costs much less, and I heard there were some promotions running on the internet, but anyway, what we're looking for is the free version, which you can get by tapping try now here. Then you're gonna have to select, enter your name into this field, your email into this field. Now, if you want to opt out the obligatory email, then hit this checkbox and click download trial now. The Crossover installer will download to your downloads folder. There you'll be able to run this application. So let's do this. Let's tap open. Let's select move to applications folder, and then we go through the default installation process. We want to open it for sure, then select try now. Okay, and so right now what we're gonna need to do is simply select Steam, tap install, then wait until this Steam is installed, so it's gonna take a while.
Okay, during the process of Steam installation, we're gonna have to go through the native Steam installation, so the way it looks on Windows. So select your language here, tap next, then the destination folder, yes, is the C disk. It is created artificially via crossover, since the Steam we are installing right now is a Steam bottle, basically, for macOS. Okay, now let's wait for the Steam to be updated, and then we're of course gonna have to log into our Steam account. Just wait for the update to be finished. Okay, the Steam is updated. So now let's enter the account name in here and the password in here, or sign in with your QR code, however you like. Then press enter. Then let me confirm it quickly. And now let's wait until we are fully signed in. And yeah, that's pretty much enough. So right now we're gonna be using Steam as usual. So you go to your library, or you go to the Steam store page and get link Counter-Strike to your account. Then click install here. Select your C drive, make sure that you have enough free storage, then tap install, and then we're gonna have to wait for the download to be finished, and I'll see you there. Okay, so the CS2 is installed, and now the last issue that we're gonna encounter on our way is that it's probably not gonna be played in the full screen mode. So let's start it. After the first launch, we're also gonna need to install some Visual Studio packages. Most definitely we're gonna have to do this. So let's wait for them to appear on the screen. Okay, nope, I was wrong, but still the CS2 by default opens in a Windows mode, which is not something that we wanted to do, right? So let's go to settings. They are right here in the top left corner, settings menu. Then we go to video and change from full screen window to full screen. Then we're gonna have to hide the dock, so navigate right here, then tap with 2 fingers, turn hiding on. And after that, we're gonna have to select apply changes, and for some weird reason, after that my game goes dark, and I wasn't able to revert it for the first time. Therefore, we're gonna have to do this. So press Command Tab, stop the game if you have the same issue, then confirm. And then what we're gonna do next is we're gonna return to the desktop, then select Go right here, select Go, and then scroll down. And now hold down the Option key. Well, and after holding down the Option key, you will see this library option. Open it. Then in this library, we're gonna have to expand application support and scroll down until we find crossover. Then let's expand crossover, bottles, Steam, and then here we're gonna have to find the Drive C folder, expand the Drive C folder, then scroll down to program files x86. It's very important. Expand Steam folder in here, and then here in this Steam folder, let's scroll down to user data. Then let's open user data, and let's open the following folder that we find here, which is 8888 something. Then let's open 73 folder in here, and then we're gonna have to select local, CFG, and here you'll find cs2 video.txt. Let's open this file. and in this file, all we have to do is change setting.fullscreen from 1 to 0. So change 1 to 0 in this place, and then Command S to save this file. So use the Command S shortcut to save this file and close it. Then we can close this window too, and then let's open Steam. Let's play Counter-Strike, and let's see how it goes right now. Okay, so we see the logo, and let's see if the game will switch to the windowed mode. And as you can see right now, everything is running smoothly, so we can start playing the game straight away, start our training session, and I'm just gonna quickly show you how it runs on the M5 if you're interested. By the way, I don't have a mouse connected. I didn't prepare a mouse for this, but I hope it's not an issue. So yeah, it's gonna be quick. I'm not planning to stay here for long. So I can tell that the graphics settings are not set to the max. That's definitely. But as you can see, the FPS is pretty stable. Unfortunately, I don't have them enabled, and for some reason, when I tried to enable FPS meter in the Steam overlay, it didn't work for me. So yeah, like if I set it in top left, then into top left I will have just this tiny rectangle. But yeah, so from what we can see, the game is running steadily. I don't have anything opened in the background. Let's check the video, advanced video settings. So yeah, the current preset is set to medium. And that's it. So right now we can pretty much play this game. So let me just stop it. I'm not familiar with the CS2 interface. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's how you do it. Thank you so much for watching this video. If it helps you, please consider subscribing to our channel, leave us a like and a comment below, and I'll see you in the next one.
Welcome. In this video, I will show you how to install Cyberpunk 2077 on your MacBook Air M5 with DLSS support, and of course we are going to perform some gameplay tests, and we'll show you how much FPS we can get on this laptop. So for the Cyberpunk itself, we are going to need the crossover application, which is the app, very popular app for MacBook. It can be downloaded from the internet. So just open your web browser and search for crossover Mac. Now, this is not a free software, so I recommend buying yourself a Plus version if you're planning to use it in a long term, because it's a very convenient software, and from what I remember, the Plus version, which is the lifetime version with also updates support, is a very good has a very good price on it, especially for the possibilities that it actually gives you, which is basically playing all the games on your MacBook which are not supported by the MacBooks, and macOS. And it's not a virtual machine. It uses bottle technology, which basically just translates the environment from Windows to your macOS. And the official website for crossover application is called viewers.com. So let's open this website, and of course we can download the trial version of this program. Just select macOS here and then select free trial, and then here you're gonna have to enter your name, so it's just your name or nickname, and below enter your email address, and then click download trial now. It will start the downloading process. I already have it downloaded here. So let's start this application. Then select move to applications folder. Then open. Try now, since we are gonna be using the trial version. And then let's select Steam. Then install, and let's install Steam. Next, we're also gonna have to sign into our Steam account. During the installation process, we're also gonna need to set up Steam in a regular way by going through the Steam setup. So select your preferred language, then tap next, then install, then wait until Steam is installed, finish, and wait until it runs. Okay, and so right now we're gonna have to sign into the account. So let me just scan this QR code and sign into my account. Okay, so now we are signed in, and the next thing that we want to do is just exit from Steam to shut it down. And now let's change the graphics settings to the 3D metal, and let's also enable the DLSS feature, which is now available in advanced settings menu. So just select Steam, set graphics to D3D metal, and enable DLSS. And to check the real-time FPS, let's also launch Steam with preset values. So tap the Steam icon with 2 fingers, select Run with options, and in environment variables, let's tap the plus right here, metal performance HUD, and then run. And after that, we'll have to launch the Cyberpunk game on our Steam account. So just give me a moment to install it. Okay, so we have installed the Cyberpunk. So now let's play the game. Let's test it. Most probably it's also gonna install some additional files before launching. Or maybe I'm wrong. Okay, so the game is launched already, and we don't have no issues with resolution from what I can see. Okay, let's start a game. And let's enter settings, graphics, and here we can adjust the DLSS super resolution preset. So we can set it to either a transformer model or convolutional neural model, and then we can also enable DLSS super resolution. We can also adjust it. We can set target frames per second. So let's set it to, let's say, 90. Let's set minimum resolution to 65 and maximum to 90. Let's also adjust sharpness And unfortunately, we cannot enable ray reconstruction. Let's enable DLSS frame generation and apply these settings. Then we're gonna have to restart the game for the changes to be applied. So let's quit the game and then we re-enter it and check out what it looks like and feels like on this laptop. And so let's check out the gameplay. So we have the higher game resolution, we have DLSS enabled. Right now we have around 44 FPS active in game. So let's see how it goes further. I think we can also change the game's resolution, since I'm pretty sure the native one is maybe way too high, although no, it doesn't seem so. But I think we can switch to this one and enable full screen. And let's see how it goes right now. Okay, so no, it didn't change much, but yeah. So we have 40 FPS with high graphics settings, which is still good. We can of course lower the graphics level to a more reasonable version. So because right now we have, oh okay, no, do we have some presets right now? Low. Okay, let's set it to medium, I think. Oh my god, so many different options we have here. So let's select medium and let's check the game quality right now. Okay, so we have around 60 FPS right now, which is more than enough for this game. And so this is pretty much what it looks like. Let's leave the car. Let's try to walk around town and look what's happening around here. Okay, so there is some kind of shootout. So that's basically it. So just install the crossover, enable DLSS, which is available right in the crossover application. Install the game and play freely. As you can see, it's more than available on this laptop. So thank you so much for watching this video. If it helped you, please consider subscribing to our channel, leave us a like in the comment below, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome. In this video, I will show you how to install Windows 11 on your MacBook Air M5 laptop. So in this video, we'll be using a virtual machine, which is easy to install and set up on this laptop. It is provided by the Parallels program, which is available for free trial for 2 weeks, and we can download it from their official website. Now, if you'd like to use this program for a longer period of time, you can either buy yourself a 1-year subscription, which is $90 for right now, since they are having the spring sale on their website, or the one-time lifetime access to the program costs around $200, and unfortunately there is no discount for it now. But let's find the Parallels program. Okay, so their official website is parallels.com. And let's try the program free. Okay, to download our 14-day free trial, we're gonna need to enter our email address here. Then agree to terms and conditions and click download. Then select allow. And then we're gonna have to wait until the program is installed. It's gonna be pretty quick. Once the program is installed, we can run the DMG file. Let me run it once again. Okay, so, and right now, double click install Parallels Desktop, then click open, allow. Then let's read and accept their user agreement. If you want to enable experience program, you can click enable, but it's not necessary, so we can disable this feature, so it's optional. And then we're gonna have to wait until the program is downloaded. So once again, this is a program that will launch a virtual machine on our computer and will allow us running Windows 11 copy along with the macOS. Then we're gonna have to use either our Touch ID or password to continue. Okay, and so right now the program is starting, so we can close this window, then allow it the access to the downloads folder, the documents. Okay, and so we can either download and install Windows 11 straight away by clicking install Windows right here, or we can go to other options and select any other basically image. So it can be a Linux, any other Windows version, or an earlier macOS version if you'd like. So we have shortcuts here. So if you want to quickly install an earlier version of macOS, you can select this icon. If you want to install Ubuntu, Linux, then click right here. Other versions of Linux are available here. But let's select Get Windows 11 for Microsoft, then click Continue, then click Install Windows. Okay. So right now we are downloading and installing Windows ISO image. Let's wait until the process is finished. Okay, and once the Windows is installed, we'll have to sign into our Parallels account. We can either create a new user by providing the email here, name here, then the password, and confirm the password. Or we can sign in with one click using, for example, our Apple account. So let's go with this option instead. Okay, weirdly the language changed, but it's okay. So here we have to enter the password, enter the email address, and then the password, of course. Okay. I'm not sure where I have to enter this password, but I guess on my other Apple device, so on my smartphone. Okay, so no, I actually had to enter it here. Okay, let's send the code once again. Let's trust this device. Continue. Okay, and so then we're gonna have to agree to the important information. Let's click continue, accept and continue. let's allow it using the camera. And right now we are in the Windows 11 installation process. So here we have basically the virtual machine that runs Windows 11, and it's already installing Windows 11. Okay, so let's just wait for the installation to be finished. Okay, so the installation is finished. Let's allow the networks. Then let's accept a Windows license agreement. Okay, and so we have the Windows already installed. Okay, and so we can right now basically use this Windows copy. So yeah, this is no, this is a Google Chrome, but for Windows. So let me just switch back to my Windows 11. Okay, I mixed something up, but yeah. So here we have the control center for Windows 11, where we can turn it on or off, and we also have the configuration. And in this configuration, we'll be able to adjust the hardware because, so yeah, basically Windows 11 will work perfectly on our computer. However, if you'd like to work on some work with some heavy hardware or basically if you just want to increase your resources for Windows 11, you can go to configuration, then go to hardware, and then here you can adjust the CPU and memory by clicking advanced. Yeah, we're gonna have to shut down the machine first. So let's shut it down. Okay, then let's go to configuration. Okay, so we have to resume it and then shut it down. So let's quickly do this. Let's continue trial. Okay, so now we can switch to manual and adjust the processor cores we want to use for our Windows. In trial version, we can use up to 4 cores of the CPU, and we can also manually allocate the memory to our virtual machine. So for example, we can use 8 GB instead of the default value, or we can increase the memory amount to basically the maximum value possible for your MacBook, depending on how many gigabytes of RAM you have in your Mac. And then just start your Windows 11 once again. And here we have it. So the fully working Windows copy on our MacBook. If you shut it down, the PC won't shut down. Instead, you will only shut down the virtual machine. But yeah, once you shut down the virtual machine, you'll return back to your MacBook. But you can use them both simultaneously and even switch between them using 3 fingers gesture, just like this. And yeah, they are both fully functional. So using the Windows virtual machine, you can run Windows programs on it and basically use just like what you would use your Mac with Windows. And so yeah, that's pretty much it. thank you for watching this video. If it helped you, please consider subscribing to our channel, leave us a like and a comment below, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome. In this video, I will show you how to install Witcher 3 on MacBook Air M5, and we'll also see how to enable DLSS in-game, and I'm also going to show you the quick game test. So to install the game itself, we're going to need to use the Crossover app, which will create a Steam bottle on our MacBook device and will let us play Witcher 3 seamlessly on this laptop without starting any virtual machines. So we'll be able to play Witcher 3 straight from our laptop. But yeah, this is a paid program, and you can either use a free trial for 2 weeks, or you can buy yourself a lifetime license or a subscription. They have discounts from time to time, so stay tuned to their website if you'd like to catch one. Unfortunately, I don't have any coupon for this, but yeah, maybe somebody else out there has. So basically, let's find the Crossover software. Now, Crossover is made by Code Viewers, and their program can be downloaded from their official Code Viewers website. On this website, let's select the free version of Crossover by clicking Try Now. Then we're going to have to enter our name here and the email address below, and then just click Download Trial Now. This will start downloading the installation file. Let's wait until it's downloaded. Then let's run the installation file. The installation process is quick and simple. We just have to click Open, then move to Applications folder. And then we're going to have to open the application and download the Steam copy or the Steam bottle. Okay, so let's wait until the home page is loaded, or let's just click Install right here, select Steam, then install Steam. During the installation process, we're also going to have to go through the basic Steam setup, which includes selecting your language for Steam and clicking Next throughout this process. And then you're going to have to also sign into your Steam account. Okay, and as I said, we're going to have to sign into our Steam account, so we can either use our username and password, or I'm just going to scan this QR code and sign in with my Steam card. Okay, so then we're going to have to go to the library and install the game. And so yeah, that's basically it. So we just click Install, then we select our local drive, which is artificially created, then accept the terms and wait until the game is downloaded. Okay, so now the game is downloaded and installed, and let's just exit from Steam and let's adjust the Steam settings. So in your home menu of Crossover, select Steam and change the graphics right here from Auto to D3D Metal. And we can also enable DLSS for this option. And then we'll be able to play the Witcher 3. Let's relaunch Steam and let's And let's launch Witcher, normally from the library. Okay, and so let's wait until the game is launched, and then we'll perform a quick performance test. Oh, and by the way, if you'd like to run the metal stats overview, select Run with Options, and then in Environment Variables right here, tap plus and select Metal Performance HUD. Then click Run. And then we should get the Metal HUD enabled in our Steam games. Okay, so let's start with high graphics preset. And let's try to play the game. Let me increase the brightness slightly so you can see everything better. Okay, so this is what the game looks like with high graphics preset. So we have the game opened in borderless window from what I understand. Let me just switch it. Full screen. Okay. So it's pretty playable right now. We have 43 FPS. Let me also check the screen resolution that we have right now. Okay, so we have the maximum available. We can slightly decrease it if we want to get better FPS. Just like this. Usually it adds a bit. Maybe let's try slightly different resolution. Maybe this one. Okay, so this will make it the full screen. Okay, so right now we have around 50 FPS, although I see there are freezes with this kind of resolution, so you may want to decrease or rather increase the resolution. So just test it with different resolutions on your Mac to find the one that suits you best. And let's check for other graphics options. Okay, so let's set it to ultra. I'd like to see what how the game will run on ultra settings. Okay, so we have slight decrease in FPS, but the game definitely looks better this way. So still we have around 35 FPS at high settings or at ultra settings. We also have the Ultra Plus settings, but I don't think that they will be playable enough. Okay, so far everything works just fine. Now, if you are wondering, I have 16 gigabytes RAM version on my laptop. And let's switch to maybe a medium settings to see how the game runs on medium. Okay, and so right now we get this stable 60 FPS in game. So yeah, so this game, as you can see, is most playable at medium settings. I think we can even increase the screen resolution, and it most probably won't affect graphics, as I suspect. Okay, so we have some kind of enemy here. Let's try to fight them. Okay, and so far everything works well. No freezes, no nothing. So I guess that's enough. So thank you so much for watching this video. If it helped you, please consider subscribing to our channel, leave us a like and a comment below, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome. In this video, I will show you how to install Witcher 3 on MacBook Air M5, and we'll also see how to enable DLSS in-game, and I'm also going to show you the quick game test. So to install the game itself, we're going to need to use the Crossover app, which will create a Steam bottle on our MacBook device and will let us play Witcher 3 seamlessly on this laptop without starting any virtual machines. So we'll be able to play Witcher 3 straight from our laptop. But yeah, this is a paid program, and you can either use a free trial for 2 weeks, or you can buy yourself a lifetime license or a subscription. They have discounts from time to time, so stay tuned to their website if you'd like to catch one. Unfortunately, I don't have any coupon for this, but yeah, maybe somebody else out there has. So basically, let's find the Crossover software. Now, Crossover is made by Code Viewers, and their program can be downloaded from their official Code Viewers website. On this website, let's select the free version of Crossover by clicking Try Now. Then we're going to have to enter our name here and the email address below, and then just click Download Trial Now. This will start downloading the installation file. Let's wait until it's downloaded. Then let's run the installation file. The installation process is quick and simple. We just have to click Open, then move to Applications folder. And then we're going to have to open the application and download the Steam copy or the Steam bottle. Okay, so let's wait until the home page is loaded, or let's just click Install right here, select Steam, then install Steam. During the installation process, we're also going to have to go through the basic Steam setup, which includes selecting your language for Steam and clicking Next throughout this process. And then you're going to have to also sign into your Steam account. Okay, and as I said, we're gonna have to sign into our Steam account, so we can either use our username and password, or I'm just gonna scan this QR code and sign in with my Steam card. Okay, so then we're gonna have to go to the library and install the game. And so yeah, that's basically it. So we just click install, then we select our local drive, which is artificially created, then accept the terms and wait until the game is downloaded. Okay, so now the game is downloaded and installed, and let's just exit from Steam and let's adjust the Steam settings. So in your home menu of crossover, select Steam and change the graphics right here from auto to D3D metal. And we can also enable DLSS for this option. And then we'll be able to play the Witcher 3. Let's relaunch Steam and let's launch Witcher normally from the library. Okay, and so let's wait until the game is launched, and then we'll perform a quick performance test. Oh, and by the way, if you'd like to run the metal stats overview, select Run with Options, and then in Environment Variables right here, tap plus and select Metal Performance HUD. Then click Run. And then we should get the Metal HUD enabled in our Steam games. Okay, so let's start with high graphics preset. And let's try to play the game. Let me increase the brightness slightly so you can see everything better. Okay, so this is what the game looks like with high graphics preset. So we have the game opened in borderless window from what I understand. Let me just switch it. Full screen. Okay, so it's pretty playable right now. We have 43 FPS. Let me also check the screen resolution that we have right now. Okay, so we have the maximum available. We can slightly decrease it if we want to get better FPS. Just like this. Usually it adds a bit. Maybe let's try slightly different resolution. Maybe this one. Okay, so this will make it the full screen. Okay, so right now we have around 50 FPS, although I see there are freezes with this kind of resolution, so you may want to decrease or rather increase the resolution. So just test it with different resolutions on your Mac to find the one that suits you best. And let's check for other graphics options. Okay, so let's set it to ultra. I'd like to see what how the game will run on ultra settings. Okay, so we have slight decrease in FPS, but the game definitely looks better this way. So still we have around 35 FPS at high settings or at ultra settings. We also have the ultra plus settings, but I don't think that they will be playable enough. Okay, so far everything works just fine. Now, if you are wondering, I have 16 gigabytes RAM version on my laptop. And let's switch to maybe a medium settings to see how the game runs on medium. Okay, and so right now we get this stable 60 FPS in game. So yeah, so this game, as you can see, is most playable at medium settings. I think we can even increase the screen resolution, and it most probably won't affect graphics, as I suspect. Okay, so we have some kind of enemy here. Let's try to fight them. Okay, and so far everything works well. No freezes, no nothing. So I guess that's enough. So thank you so much for watching this video. If it helped you, please consider subscribing to our channel, leave us a like and a comment below, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome. In this video, I will show you how to install and play Hogwarts Legacy on your MacBook Air M5 laptop. So despite the game isn't natively supported by a MacBook, we can still use a program like Crossover, which I'm going to be using in this video, to install this game on our device without using a virtual machine and test it out and see how it runs. The Crossover application can be downloaded from the CodeWeaver's official website, so from the developer's official website. Let's just search for Crossover application. Then one of the first results we'll get will be the CodeWeaver's website. Now, of course, this software is not free, at least not forever. So you can either get yourself a lifetime support, so lifetime license. Of course, in my opinion, it's quite expensive here, but you can get it cheaper on sale. Or you can get yourself a 12-month support option. But first of all, let's try this application out in free version to see how it runs. So just click try now underneath the free option, then then enter your name in here and email address in here. Click download trial now, and this will download the DMG file on your computer that we just have to run. Then click move to applications folder to confirm. Then open it, and then click try now. And then we're going to have to install Steam. So the Steam is available straight on the main page of the application. So let's click install next to Steam and wait until a Steam bottle is installed on our PC. So during the installation process, we'll just have to click next several times to install some additional Visual Studio packages and some additional fonts. Then we will also go through the Steam default setup process, where you just have to select language or keep with the default selected language, and then click next several times. So yeah, pretty much the default setup process. Let's get through it quickly. And now before running Steam, we can also adjust some Steam settings. Of course, you can do it at any time, so you can start by installing the game first, but generally we can adjust the Steam settings by selecting Steam in the configuration menu, and then adjust the graphics. So we can use the 3D metal graphics for better visuals and performance, and we can also enable the LSS support by switching the toggle to the right. Then let's launch Steam and sign into the Steam account. And after launching Steam, just open your library, grab your Hogwarts Legacy and install it. Accept license agreement and wait until the game is downloaded. And in a moment, we will perform the test the game for performance on this particular laptop with FPS meter and everything. Okay, so the game is installed. Let's launch it and let's test the performance. Okay, so here we have some accessibility options. I think anything goes for the test. Okay, we got some rewards. Oh gosh, it's a lot. Is there any way to skip this? Okay. Okay, so we have HDR settings. I think we can go with this settings. They look okay. Yeah. So let's start the game. Okay, so we have to create an appearance. I guess we'll just go with defaults. Okay, so I guess okay, so the FPS isn't as perfect as I thought it would be, and I actually didn't think that I actually thought that this was like a cutscene, so like a video, but it's actually not. It's actually an actual in-game scene, and it's around 36 FPS now. Let's skip the cutscenes. Okay, I have to. Okay, let's skip this one too. I remember that there will be some sort of, were gonna be some sort of interactions. No, I was actually wrong. So okay, so we have some minor freezes in the game, but generally speaking, for a single player game, we have a good enough FPS, around 40. Okay, I need to adjust the display settings because I can't just use the shortcuts in the corners all the time. Okay, let me window full screen. Let's oh, we can actually use the full screen for some reason, or maybe I'm just inexperienced. No, I'm not gonna accept this. Let's go back to. Okay, so some we got some bugs in the game. I guess let's restart. Just give me a moment. Okay, so before we proceed, let me check the settings once again. So we have NVIDIA DLSS right here. So if you'd like to use any DLSS features, you can try AMD FSR 3 and 2 in here. And we can also check the graphics preset. So the default graphics preset that is recommended for this PC is somehow Ultra settings. Let's see how it runs on Ultra. We've seen a bit of it, so I guess let's continue and check out further. Oh, we also can play modes. Okay, so let's continue the gameplay. Okay, so we return to this cutscene. Let's skip it quickly. Okay, so generally speaking, having 30 FPS at ultra settings is great, but I think we definitely should decrease the FPS amount unless you're comfortable with playing with 30 FPS, although I think the FPS might drop at some scenes like playing Quidditch, something that comes to my mind first, or like some fights with bosses. I guess this game is rich in dialogues and boring interactions. Yeah, I'd also like to have a good look around and have my WASD unlocked. Okay. So far, so good. So it's even playable, though, yeah, not with those freezes, which I think we can actually get rid of if we just lower the graphics. Let's actually drop the graphics down to, I don't know, high settings. I think the high settings will do. So let's switch it from ultra to high, and then let's apply the settings. Now let's check the game once again. Okay, now that's wow. What was that freezing? Okay, but now that's better. So now we have 45 FPS, which I think is great for this kind of game, considering that we have high settings enabled. Okay, so we have some sort of obstacle here, and I guess we have to use some spell to unlock it. So let me spend a moment in the game, and then we'll continue on another location. Okay, so we went a bit ahead, so I just wanted to show you what it looks like when there is some action on scene, like building a magical bridge. So sometimes we get a bit of FPS drop down, but generally speaking, it's manageable, and considering that we are still playing on high settings, the game is totally playable on this MacBook. Yeah, and I have my mouse pointer on the screen for some reason. I don't know why. Okay, so I think that's pretty much enough for a quick test. So that's what the game looks like and plays like on this laptop. Thank you for watching this video. If it helped you, please consider subscribing to our channel, leave us a like and a comment below, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome. In this video, I will show you how to play Elden Ring on your MacBook Air M5, and we'll also see how to enable DLSS in this game and perform a quick performance test. So, Elden Ring is not natively supported by macOS, but we can try to play this game through the crossover application, and this is a software which has been around for a while now. Now the official lifetime license costs around $500, though sometimes you can catch it on a discount for a much better price. A 1-year whole subscription costs around $70, and from what I remember, the 1-year subscription still gets you a software with just the updates that will be including the updates throughout the next year. And so the firmware itself is very cool, since it's not installing the virtual machine on your computer, and instead you can install the Steam bottle directly on your laptop and basically play any Windows games directly from your MacBook. So the official website for this software is codeweavers.com, and here we can also download the trial version, free trial version, which we have right here. So let's click try now. Then in order to download the trial version for 2 weeks, you have to enter your name in here and your email below. Then click download trial now. This will download you the crossover copy. So let's move it to the applications folder. Then let's open it and then click try now. So the free trial version has all the same features that the regular one does, so we can test anything in here. So first of all, we're gonna have to download the Steam, which is available on the home screen of the homepage of the application, and then click install right here. Then we're just gonna have to install some additional Visual Studio packages for Steam, as well as some fonts that Steam requires, and go through the default Steam setup, which includes selecting the language for your Steam and clicking next several times until the Steam gets installed. So let's get through this process real quickly. You know, before we finish the Steam setup, before running Steam, we can also adjust the Steam launch settings. Now we can do this at any moment. So if you have already launched Steam, you can simply close the program and then change the settings for your Steam at any moment. Just go to the home page of the crossover, and here in advanced settings tab, we can adjust the graphics. So we can and should enable D3D Metal to play Elden Ring comfortably, and we can also enable DLSS support by switching the toggle to the right. And then we can also check the real-time performance by clicking Run with Options, and then in Environment Variables, click plus icon, then select Metal Performance HUD, then run Steam. And then we're gonna have to wait until the Steam is updated, and then just sign in to our Steam account. And then you either enter your account name and password, or just use SteamGuard QR code from your phone, SteamGuard QR code scanner on your phone, and sign into your account immediately. Then let's head straight to the library. Find Elden Ring in here and click Install. Confirm and accept the agreement, and then just wait until the game is installed. Okay, so the game is installed. Now we can launch it and see how it runs on this laptop. So let's skip the launching part, since it sometimes takes a moment. Okay, so the game is launched. We are now in the graphics settings. The default graphics preset is high, so I guess we'll try playing with it. We can also enable ray tracing. However, I don't know if we should do that. Let's try without ray tracing for now, and let me just go back and start the game. On the right is barely visible. I cannot see it at all. Okay, so right now I can see it. Let's proceed to the game. Okay, so we have to start by creating a character. The laptop itself has already warmed up slightly. Okay, so let's keep the cutscene and let's get straight to the gameplay. Okay, so it goes quite well for high settings preset. So 50 FPS. Guess that's where we should go. No. To those carrying a finger. Okay, let's grab a finger and open the door. Okay, so it seems fine for me. running smoothly. I believe the game is well optimized. And it feels totally playable. We are having 45 FPS on average. Let's try a boss fight, or at least a fight with somebody. Okay, so we already have to fight with somebody. Now, I've never played this game before, so don't judge me harshly. What happened here? Did I die already? Is this how it works? Or it's a cutscene. Okay. But did I actually die? It seems this way. Let's skip. Okay. So I'm in the graveyard. Okay, so generally speaking, the game plays very fine on this laptop. I guess we can even try to increase to enable the ray tracing if we can. Let's try to do that. Okay, now let's set it to the low quality at least, and let's see how it affects the gameplay. So the low quality, I'm not sure if these settings were applied. Yeah, they were. So I don't see any difference, at least in performance. I don't know where I should go actually. Maybe I should. Okay, maybe let's increase the ray tracing quality. Maybe it's not working on MacBooks. Maybe we just have this option which allows us adjusting the ray tracing, but we don't actually have them. I'm not sure. Okay, so maybe I was meant to go the other way, the opposite direction. This tree looks like I could interact with it. Okay, we actually have something out there, but I can barely see anything. Okay, so far so good. So this game, as you can see, it is totally playable on Macs. I wish I knew where to go or how to play this game, so I could show you more. But for now, this is the most I can show you. Oh, okay. I guess I had to pull the lever, and the elevator should be activated this way. Okay, yeah. And this should get us out of the dungeon. Okay, so we are in an open location, and right now we are having 33 FPS. Now we had the ray tracing quality on medium. I wonder if it actually enables the ray tracing. I cannot see any difference here, but I'm not sure if I'm supposed to see it at this point. So the FPS doesn't drop during encounters. So if you'd like to have more FPS, of course, I would recommend switching to lower graphics. But generally speaking, the game is still playable. Totally. And so yeah, as you can see, even at open locations with a lot of textures and stuff, we still had around 30 FPS in game, which is great in my opinion. So yeah, which makes this game totally playable on MacBook Air M5. And so yeah, that's it. Thank you so much for watching this video. If it helped you, please consider subscribing to our channel, leave us a like and a comment below, and I'll see you in the next one.
Welcome. In this video, we'll perform a gameplay test for Cyberpunk 2077 on MacBook Air M5. So we already did a Cyberpunk 2077 gameplay test on this MacBook. However, previously we tried to run this game for a throttling test, and I played it using using the crossover, which also adds to the game's performance and changes it in a bad way, so you wouldn't know the actual experience of the game from that previous video. That previous video was mainly for showing you how the performance will drop over time of intensive gaming. And from what we've seen, using the crossover version of the game, the performance over an hour of gameplay actually dropped down drastically. Therefore, I just wanted you to see how the native version of the game will run on this MacBook using different configurations. So let's start with, I guess, for this Mac. Well, for this Mac has this fixed 30 FPS in game, which seemingly doesn't change. So maybe let's skip for this Mac, because I think this device can handle at least medium settings. If I enable frame generation, it will disable the 30 FPS limit. So I'm gonna just enable and disable it. So I don't really like to use the frame generation in this game, since it really distorts the way that the game looks. So I would rather play the game without it. By the way, the loading speed is insanely good. So as you can see, the game loaded almost immediately. And from what I see right now, we have 47 FPS on medium settings, which is not that bad. We're gonna be testing it on other settings too. I think that I will also show you the ray tracing, but I wouldn't expect much from the ray tracing settings. For now, the gameplay is very good. The laptop is slightly warmed up. Did I just get stuck? Okay, I got unstuck. Okay, I'm not yet allowed here. So let's find some other places to drive around. Let's check out the graphics a bit. So we have medium graphics preset right now. This one actually has one of the most playable settings, especially considering that we are playing during daytime. There are a lot of textures. So this is pretty much the worst that you would expect from the performance of this laptop in the game, since actually right now we are loading the most textures possibly. If we, for example, were to play in a closed closed environment in some building, then I guess the FPS wouldn't be lower than 60. Okay, here right now, I may actually disprove my points, because I from what I remember, this was this region, this middle of the town was one of the most demanding ones for the PC, or for the MacBook. But still, I see around 45 FPS most of the time. Okay, so we have a lot of small shops, a lot of buildings, a lot of ads on the buildings. But as you can see, the game runs pretty stably up to this point. Everything seems fine. Some textures loading in the background, but it's hardly noticeable, and it's rather a normal thing in this game. Okay, so I think let's return to the main menu and let's change the graphics settings to the high ones. Okay, so I applied high presets. Let's check what we actually have right here. 80 field of view, high motion blur. We have anisotropy at 16. We have everything at high, basically. Okay, so yeah, that's it. And the frame generation is disabled. So frame generation actually adds some frames, but at the cost of game experience, because you have a lot of textures lagging in the background, and it's not very pleasant thing to look at. Let's check. Okay, so the loading speed, as you saw right now, is pretty much the same. Now the FPS dropped down by a couple of points, but still the game is pretty playable. So right now we have 38 FPS. Well, at this point, 30 FPS or even 36. I've seen 36 a moment ago. This might be a disaster for some gamers, but personally, I don't see a huge problem here yet. Okay. Oh, I triggered police. Okay, so yeah, 35 FPS in one of the most textures heavy regions of the game, running in a car. Okay, right now we are running from cops, so we have added some actions. Hopefully it will put some pressure on our MacBook. Oh no, didn't expect them to go that fast. Okay, so I saw a lag just right now. So yeah, we have around 35 FPS when the gameplay is intense, 33 even. But if you find this playable, then you can totally go with high settings on this laptop. Let's just drive around for a bit more. Oh yeah, and by the way, this is the default Air with 16 gigabytes of RAM. Something I had to mention previously, but I hope that it's pretty obvious. Maybe I should include that into the title. The graphics are far more enjoyable from the ones that we had on medium. So I would totally sacrifice those additional couple of FPS for this experience. Okay, so I think there's not much more to see, and let's check the ultra settings. Let's get back to the main menu, confirm. Okay, so ultra settings. Now the preset is ultra, and they're not much different from high settings. We have volumetric fog resolution, max dynamic decals, screen space reflections quality set to ultra, and something else I skipped. Volumetric cloud quality is also set to ultra. So pretty much everything else is the same. Okay, so here we have some changes. Now let's apply these settings and let's try to play with them. Okay, first checking the loading speed, same. Okay. So here we have them, the ultra settings. 29 FPS, 27. So we went below 30. This is, I guess, this must be unplayable for most of you out there. The game looks very beautiful, but yeah, we sacrificed another couple FPS for this to happen. So let's ride around once again through some areas. Let me move the camera to see how much this distortion, the FPS distortion, is visible. For me, it's still smooth enough for a single player game, although I would rather prefer high settings, maybe even medium for more smoothness. It's around 30 FPS. It's not even that bad. I expected worse. And maybe let's take a look at what experience the developers intended for this laptop to be, because we have for this Mac settings that I never tried, but I think I found a way to disable this FPS lock that was complaining about. Let's go to settings. Yeah, we're once again gonna have to go back into the main menu. Okay, so let's apply for this Mac settings. We have the target frames per second to set to 30. Let's set them to 240. Let's check out. So we have medium crowd density, and everything is set to high except for screen space reflection quality. Okay. Now I also want to enable the frame generation and then disable it to unlock infinite frames. Okay, and now let's continue playing. Loading speed once again fast. Okay, so this is what the developers intended for us to see. And as you can see, 54, 53 FPS. The graphics are decent. So it's high medium graphics. It's pretty much it's pretty similar to high actually, and still we have like twice as much FPS. So yeah, I think I did it wrong while skipping these settings. So yeah, actually for this Mac with pretty much high settings will give you the greatest experience seemingly with 55 FPS and pretty much everything set to high. Let me show you what the frame generation looks like also, by the way. From what I think it will be disabled immediately, so I don't even have to go back to menu. Okay, let's enable frame generation. Now we have 82 FPS. Oh, it's not that bad actually. It used to be worse. Oh, it's actually very playable. Okay, so I just put myself at various points right now. So yeah, we have 80 FPS, high graphics, and frame generation enabled, and it's not as bad as I thought it would be. Okay, so probably the developers knew better than me. And yeah, if you just select for this Mac settings and play on high settings with frame generation enabled, you'll get the smoothest possible gameplay. 80 FPS, 87. And unfortunately I didn't install any temperature checker. No, it's not even warm. It's like, I don't know, it's room temperature. I can't even tell you, like about 30 something FPS, 30 something degrees Celsius. Oh yeah, as you can see, I'm actually a decent driver. Okay, maybe let's get out of the car. Oh, this way we have even more FPS. And so yeah, that's basically the experience that you would get from the game. So now I think it's time to try some ray tracing. Hopefully the frame generation will play well with it. Okay, so here's what I want to do. I want to use the intended settings for this laptop. So yeah, we still use for this Mac, and I will just enable ray tracing separately. And we'll try with frame generation. So let's get back into the game. And I have the ray tracing set to ultra. So right now let's check what this does, what it looks like, and most importantly, what performance will have this way. Okay, so yeah, as you can see, still the performance is awful, and this is actually, from what it seems like, this is due to this frame generation stuff, because right now the FPS looks like it's 20, but it's actually not. It's 44, but it doesn't feel like 44 at all. Therefore, we're gonna have to disable the frame generation, and we'll see what the game actually looks like. Okay, so yeah, with ray tracing enabled, unfortunately we have 22 FPS, so yeah, I wouldn't recommend ray tracing for this game. I also tried it previously before I recorded the video, and it also showed me some rather unplayable results. So what we figured out is that if we simply disable the ray tracing, if we set the preset to custom and enable frame, set a preset for this Mac and enable frame generation, we'll actually get the smoothest possible gameplay graphics ratio. But I'm gonna have to restart the game in order to, oh no, it's pretty much okay. So that's it. I hope that you liked this video, and if you did, please let us know about it in the comments. Once again, if you enjoyed it, leave us a like, consider subscribing to our channel, and I'll see you in the next one.
With MacBooks getting more and more popular each year, there's more Windows users who are trying to switch to macOS and see if they like it or not. But it's not always that easy. It's a completely different system with different things, and you may be a little confused with it. But with my MacBook Air M5, I have prepared a few tips and tricks and things you didn't know about that may help you get it a little more interesting, a little more productive, and will teach you some things you probably haven't seen yet. So let's begin. First, Spotlight, which does the job your start menu and your tray used to do. You press the command and space, and a small text field appears in the middle of the display. On Windows, you probably used the start menu to find apps, a calculator for quick math, a browser tab for unit conversion, and a separate search utility for files. Spotlight handles all of that in the same box. So let me show you. Press the command and space. You can type notes, and Notes app is highlighted at the top. Press enter and the app opens. Now let's close it. Press command and space again, and this type 128/7, and it divides it right away with calculator. So it appears in the Spotlight window and no calculator app is needed. Now let's clear it and type 65 USD to EUR, and it shows the current conversion. One more, let's type budget, and now it finds my file with the word. So in my case, it's going to be 2026 project budget, and the result appears. Click the one you want or arrow down and hit enter. Now, for a lot of Windows switchers, this is the moment that the Mac stops feeling foreign. You stop reaching for the dock and you stop clicking through Finder, Windows. You start treating the keyboard as the main navigation tool. On macOS Tahoe, which ships on the M5 Air, Spotlight also finds apps installed on your iPhone if you have it connected via iPhone mirroring, which unfortunately I don't have because I'm not in the I'm in European Union, which is not available for now here. Now the spacebar as your universal preview button. You can select a file in Finder, tap the spacebar once, and a full preview opens. This works for photos, PDFs, videos, audio, Word, and Excel files, Keynote decks, zip archives, and most design files. No app needs to launch, so it's immediate. Here's how the habit feels in practice. If I go to this demo preview folder that I have created for the sake of this video, I can click once on a file, then on spacebar, and it immediately opens it. I'll click on escape. Now let's open this PDF file. It works the same way. I can scroll, read the whole PDF, it works instantly. Now, what about a video? That's also possible. I'll just click on it, spacebar, and it starts playing right away. Document works as well. And it even works with more complex files like STLs. Of course, I can double click here, but I can click and tap on space, and it opens the file, the STL3D file. And one more great part here is that you can select multiple files at once, click on space, and then click on arrows to switch between them, just like so. On Windows, the closest equivalent is the preview pane in File Explorer, which is narrow, slow, and doesn't handle most formats. Quick look on macOS renders everything full screen and instantly. Now the full preview app, which replaces 3 or 4 apps you used to install. Preview is the unassuming app that opens when you double-click a PDF or an image. On Windows, you probably had Adobe Reader for PDFs, Paint or Earphone View for quick image edits, a separate tool for signing documents, and maybe Snagit for annotation. Preview covers all of that. Let me walk you through one useful workflow. When you double-click a PDF in Finder, it opens Preview. So let's do it. And you can see it opens Preview immediately. If it has a form in it, you can immediately start filling it out. So let's do the name. Let's do ID. Select the gender, whether you're married, you can add a city, everything works perfectly as expected. Now let's say you want to sign a document. Here, it's super easy. Click on this markup button, then add a signature. Now you can create a signature by either drawing it on your trackpad by clicking first, then drawing it, just like that, and press on any key when you're finished. Let's click on done and paste it here. But of course, it's not that easy to honestly just draw on a trackpad. So if you have it on a piece of paper, you can always just do it as well. Let's create a signature. Let's do camera. Here's me. And I have a piece of paper somewhere here. Now let's put this signature in front of the camera and it reads it. Of course, if it was written better, it would read it better. But let's do it like so. One more time. Okay, let's click on done. And we're done. We can now paste it here. Now for merging. You can open the first PDF in Preview. Let's do this one. And then, oh, it's already edited. Never mind. I'll open this one. You can see when I click here, click on thumbnails, I have just one page here, of course. Then I can drag another one here, and I now have 19 pages. Because it's already merged without any paid or unpaid apps with commercials or not, I just save it somewhere. Let's click on Command S. It's saved already. I can close it and I can open it, already merged. For images, it's just as direct. You can double click a photo, then in tools here at the top, you can adjust color. Now adjust whatever you want, the highlights, the contrast, the exposure and everything. Let's close it now and do tools and adjust size. Now this is super useful. You can do pixels here. You can do centimeters or pixels here to change the width and height. And I honestly find it the most useful, especially when applying for universities or applying some pictures into documents on the internet that require your picture to fit under 3 megabytes or fit under 1000 by 1000 pixels. Also, the same markup that works on PDFs also works here. So I'll just resize this bar here so we can see this button. And you can, again, add signatures, but you can also draw here, just like so. Different things can be drawn, of course. You can add shapes, arrows, and everything. The main limitation is that Preview is not a full editor. It will not do layers, it will not do vector work. And for real PDF redaction, you still want a dedicated tool. For most day-to-day office work, though, it removes the need to install additional apps. Screenshot and screen recording are already installed and they are good. You press Command, Shift, and 5, a control bar appears at the bottom of the screen with options for capturing the whole display, a window, or a selected area, plus screen recording with or without the microphone. Before taking the shot, click Options on that control bar. You can set a 5 or 10 second timer, choose where files save, and decide whether the cursor appears in recordings. Let's do it. Just click on Command, Shift, and 5, and you can see this bar appears right here. I can now capture the entire screen, a selected window. Well, let's open anything first. Let's do Notes, and do this, or maybe this. Okay. Now Command, Shift, 5. And you can record this window, or for some reason also this widget, or the dock. You can also capture a selected portion of the screen that you can freely resize, and these are screenshots, but you can also record the entire screen, record a selected window, or record a selected portion of the screen. In Options, as I said, you can set a timer, but you can also choose where it's saved to, whether the microphone is enabled or not, and you can choose which microphone if you have multiple ones plugged in. You can also show a floating thumbnail and remember your last selection for the next capturing. You can enable showing mouse clicks and then start to record. Now here is the workflow most Windows switchers miss at first. When you press the Command, Shift, and 4, you immediately go into selecting the amount. The crosshair becomes your camera icon, and now you can simply do it like so. You can just cut a portion of the screen super quickly. Now Command, Shift, and 4, and then spacebar after releasing lets you capture a window only. And now the window's captured, just like that. I can now, it's saved here, but I could have also selected it to save itself in clipboard. And for quick screenshots of the whole screen, all you need to do is click on Command, Shift, and 3. And it just captures it like so. Now it's saved on my desktop. Now it's time for continuity, which makes your iPhone an extension of the Mac. If you already carry an iPhone, the macOS changes how you use both devices together. The feature to learn first is Universal Clipboard. Let's open the Notes app on the iPhone. In the Notes, I can just select the whole text and click on Copy. Now on Mac, I can simply just go anywhere. Let's say Text Edit app. And let's do a new document. Click on Command V, and it pastes what was on the iPhone. AirDrop is your next habit. On your iPhone or on your Mac, you can share files between them instantly. Choose any file that you like to share, then tap on this share button and now select AirDrop. On the airdrop list, you can see immediately the MacBook appears right here. You can click on it, and as you'll see, it appears on my MacBook right away in the downloads. Then I can open the file and view it. Now, there's one thing I want to show you, but I can't. But I will tell you about it. iPhone mirroring. It's not available in the EU, but it is available outside of it. And this feature, which came with macOS Sequoia, which is the previous version, is now major on Tahoe. Lets you see and control your iPhone in a window on the Mac. You just need to click the iPhone icon in the apps. It looks like a tiny phone. The first time your phone asks you to confirm, after that a window opens with your iPhone's home screen. And you can use the trackpad to scroll and your keyboard to type. Try opening an iPhone-only app. In that mirrored window, you can tap on your banking app. It runs right there on the Mac screen while the phone stays in your pocket. Super useful. Now, another productivity tip is mission control, spaces, and hot corners, which give you a window system that respects full screen work. On your trackpad, you can swipe up with 3 fingers. Every open window spreads out across the screen, grouped by app. That is mission control. At the very top, you see a thin bar with thumbnails of your desktops, which macOS calls spaces. However, over that bar, hover over the bar and it expands. Click the plus at the right side and it opens a new space. Click any space to jump to it. Here is how it actually works. I can set up 3 spaces before a work session. Leave 1 space for your main work. You can swipe between spaces with 3 fingers, left or right. Then put email and Slack on space 2 and open keynote presentation or a video call in full screen on the 3rd one, right? Now, macOS automatically puts it on its own space. Now, instead of juggling 20 windows, swipe 3 fingers left or right on the trackpad to switch between clean contexts. Another thing is hot corners, which add the final polish. When you open system settings, you can go to desktop and dock and scroll to the bottom. Let's do it. Desktop and dock is right here. And then when I scroll to the bottom, I can find hot corners. Now I can assign it to whatever I want. By default, it's set to quick note in the bottom right corner. The other ones are empty. But I already assigned the bottom left corner to apps and top right to control center. Now, if I put my cursor, just hover on the bottom left corner, it opens apps immediately without me needing to click on anything. Another thing, let's do the bottom right corner, then slide even further and it opens a quick note. I can just type something, close it, and then reopen it whenever I need it. And the last thing that I did is notification center. I just slide in the top right corner and it opens it immediately. But you can also open it by sliding 2 fingers from the right edge of your trackpad towards the center of the trackpad. The window snapping that Windows users rely on for side-by-side work is also here. It didn't used to be here, but recently it was imported to Mac and it works now. All you need to do is simply take a window and you can either drag it to the side, it'll draw this rectangle, release it, and it's on the side. You can also hover over the green button and you can resize it like that, right? So I can move it to the top, for example. I can also arrange it in 4 tiles and it immediately does that for all the apps. I can also go full screen. And let's do the app on the entire screen. Or let's do the app, let's exit the full screen, and let's do it on the left of screen. Then it asks me what to put on the right side. Let's do downloads, and that's how I can do it. Now the shortcut apps, which is a real automation built into the system. Shortcuts is the macOS version of Apple's automation tool, and it sits quietly in your applications folder. Press Command and space, then type shortcuts and press enter. It opens them, and you can already see I have 2 shortcuts added here. You can also find them in gallery or make them yourself. I won't be showing you that because there's so many options. I don't even want to get into that, but there's a plus icon, and it's like scripting basically, but easier, less complex, and I think it's just more inclusive for those who aren't programmers. And it lets you do so many things here. So let's do what I have here, the first one, which is split screen, Safari, and Notes. Let's play it, and it does them on split screen sometimes. It doesn't work perfectly all the time, but it's a shortcut. It doesn't matter that much. Now let's actually do something that works better. Let's turn text into audio. Let's say something like subscribe to our channel. And I'll turn the volume up. Done.
Subscribe to our channel.
And you can see it works. In the gallery of shortcuts, you can find lots of different things: playing playlists, emailing yourself, marking up and sending, zipping and emailing, translating text, searching list on Google, or search for a link on Twitter. So if you're a person who's trying to switch from Windows to Mac OS, I think this tutorial will help you get a little more in touch with the system and understand more the logics behind it. And I hope that this video was helpful. Feel free to ask any more questions in the comments down below. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and I'll see you in more videos on the channel.
Welcome. In this video, we'll compare the gaming performance of MacBook Neo and MacBook Air M5. So in front of you right now is MacBook Neo, and we have Asphalt Legends game opened on it in the background, and you can see for yourself that the game already has 9 FPS, although we haven't really started playing it. Let's see how it changes if I connect this laptop to the power supply and whether it changes at all. So the performance didn't change at all. Right now the laptop is being powered, but it didn't affect the performance. So yeah, I guess we can put it aside. And yeah, right now the settings are set to more than recommended level. So if we go to game settings, or I actually improved to 60 FPS right now. If we go to settings, graphics settings, and we check the resolution scale, it's set to 150, and originally it's set to 100. But I wanted to test it at the maximum possible settings first, so we can see the difference. So let's actually start playing. Let's choose a map, and let's simply run a single map on this laptop. Okay. Okay, and let's see what it will look like. So you can see the overlay in the top right corner of the laptop, of course. Okay, so we can notice how the FPS are getting lower. However, yeah, we can totally see that. Or we can totally see that the graphics quality are set to the maximum possible level. I honestly didn't see this quality in on any other device. I previously only played this game on different phones, and they never showed this kind of graphics in this game. So yeah, you can see the game is practically unplayable, but looks very nice in with these settings. So what I propose is to set the graphics settings to 100 and just test this game once again. So give me a moment. Okay, so right now we have 100 resolution scale, and as you can see, it's massively improved our FPS. So right now it's about 26 to 30, and let's try to play the same game. So let's see how this laptop performs now. Let me just select the same car, and let's start playing. Okay, so right now we have around 30 FPS in game. Okay, I start to hate these introductions really. So this right now it looks much more playable, though I don't think many gamers would accept having 30 FPS. Like not even 30, but around 25 all the time. So yeah, I think this is a performance. Yeah, we can also see that the app is using 3 GB of RAM memory. And from this point, I think we can switch to a different game that I also wanted to test, which is just to show you what this laptop can and cannot do. The next game will be Subway Surfers City. So yeah, not very different from this one, except for it will use less resources, and we want to check how this laptop actually performs and what it is good for. Okay, so here we have the Subway Surfer City. The problem with it is that the FPS are barely visible. However, it stays at 60 right now, and if we start a run, let's see whether it drops or not. Okay. Okay, so I remember this game being more playable previous time. For some reason right now I cannot really play it. Okay, so I have to do it with one finger. So yeah, in games like this one, this laptop performs really well. So we can see that the FPS stays at stable 60 and doesn't go any lower. And I think it's time to check these two games on the Air model. Okay, so right now we have the Asphalt Legends opened on the Air model, and surprisingly enough, actually having this game set to 150 resolution scale actually makes this laptop struggle. So right now we have 17 FPS, which is more than in Neo version, but still it's quite low. So let's actually see how well this laptop will perform with 150 resolution scale, and then we'll drop it to 100 and we'll check once again. Okay, so it's kind of unfair since we started a different race, but hopefully this will get us just what we need. Okay, so no, it actually performs better. So right now we can see 54 FPS and it's pretty stable. Okay, so right now it dropped down to 30, even 25, 21. Okay, so yeah, we have some freezes. Now we have some FPS drop downs. And yeah, this is not a recommended resolution scale for this laptop. The recommended one is of course 100. So right now let me just quickly switch to 100 and we'll check it out. Okay, so we dropped down the performance to 100, and for some reason the main menu of this game is kind of heavy since we're having 48 FPS right here. And whenever we switch to the actual game, it actually goes higher every time. So let's choose our car and let's start playing anyway. Okay, so it's the same map that will be, no, it's different one. Okay, so once again a different map. Okay, so right now we have the 60 FPS, pretty stable. The 60 FPS, okay, dropped down a little bit, but it started at 60 FPS and right now it's around 45. The difference is actually unnoticeable between 100 and 150. I don't understand how it takes this much of resource. So okay, right now it's around 60 and we have a drop down to 45 FPS previously. Okay, so even the car braking animation was good. The car didn't freeze. Okay, so let's try to jump over this time. Okay. So yeah, right now the game is the gameplay is more stable, and we have 40 to 60 FPS most of the time. And now let me just let me check the subway surface. Maybe I don't have it here. Okay, give me a moment. Okay, so and let's perform a run, and the FPS is pretty stable here. So just like it was on Neo, this game is plays well on both laptops. So we have no drop downs in FPS, stable 60. Okay, and now I'm thinking let's switch to something heavier that will actually push our devices to the limits. And what I mean by that is the CS2 that we have installed on both laptops, and so we just want to see how well they perform in it. Okay, and so this time we'll start with the Air model, and surprisingly enough, we have more FPS in CS2 than we did in Asphalt Legends. So we have 74. Right now we have 74 FPS. Let's check the settings. So let me just check the video, advanced video. Now we have the medium preset. So at medium settings, the game runs at around 60 FPS. We can increase it by, but I think that will actually drop the FPS down. So let's start with very high settings, and I can already see that we have 27 FPS. So let's try. Let's try some match with the bots. Okay, so let's start the game, and we can see that the FPS is actually pretty stable. It's around 47, and right now we are playing at very high settings. We get some freezes from time to time. Yeah, so for me that would be unplayable, but that's still kind of impressive. Okay, I managed to even make a hit. Okay, so let's spectate over some other bot. So yeah, generally speaking, it performs great at very high settings. 40 FPS, I think it's a great result for this laptop. And so let's actually drop it down to 30 and see how it affects the game. So let me return to main menu to make sure that all the changes will be applied. And let's set it from very high to medium, which is recommended. And let's see how it goes now. Okay. Okay, so right now it goes over 100 FPS from time to time, but generally we stay at around 90 FPS and no freezes, and the game runs very smooth. And so generally this makes CS2 playable on MacBook Air, in spite of this game not being officially supported. So yeah, if you want to play CS2, you're gonna have to get yourself at least a trial version of the crossover application. But yeah, what we get here is stable 85 to 90 FPS with no freezes at medium settings. So I don't think there is a point in testing this game in at low settings. However, we can do this just for fun. So let's try to switch from medium to low and see how it affects our gameplay. Okay, so it simply increased it by another bunch of FPS. Though we have these freezes, I think it's because we didn't go to the main menu first. So yeah, this way we will have even 100 FPS and up to 120 FPS, and we didn't even change the resolution. And I think that that pretty much makes it. Now let's switch to the Neo and let's try to open the CS2 on Neo laptop, which by the way also runs it. And so let's compare the performance on the Neo. Okay, so for some reason I wasn't able to turn on the HUD. However, we can check the graphics here ourselves. So right now we have slightly slightly lower screen resolution. Okay, I tried to fix it, but I actually made it worse. So maybe let me relaunch the game. Okay, so I didn't manage to actually adjust the game's resolution, so this is the maximum that I could have set, but it looks pretty good to me. Yeah, unfortunately, the biggest drawback here is that we don't get to see the FPS in real time. But I actually showed the FPS in another video of ours on how to install CS2 on MacBook Neo. And here we can just check the experience. So right now we have the medium settings enabled, so we can start some practice on Dust 2 on medium settings, and we'll check how well it goes. And I hope for the best. So let's choose a team. Okay, so it's actually pretty nice. The resolution is lower. I wonder how this game would go in a full HD resolution on Air. I bet we would get some insane FPS. But yeah, you can see right here the game actually runs pretty smooth on medium settings. And we are actually able to play. Now, of course, changing settings to high will massively affect the gameplay quality. But so far so good. Okay, so we almost did it. So let's actually check how the game, what the game looks like with better video quality. Unfortunately, I'm not sure whether it's gonna just make me restart the game. Oh no, it didn't. Okay, so right now we have the very high. I set it to very high, but it set it to custom for some reason. But let's check what the game looks like now. Okay, so right now we definitely get some freezes, but generally speaking, it's still kind of sort of playable. Well, maybe not all the way, but generally speaking, we still have some, well, okay, we have some 18 FPS with freezes, but it's the maximum settings, not the maximum resolution though. So yeah, the game is as playable as it gets on medium settings with over full HD quality. And if we set it to low level, I think it will go very smoothly. Okay, so on average we have 50 FPS right now. But yeah, it kind of makes the game pixelated. But the thing is, we can actually play it on this laptop. And you can see it for yourself. You know what? I'm actually curious what happens if we set CS2 to the same resolution on MacBook Air. So let's check it out now. Okay, so now we have medium settings on a new resolution, and let's actually play the practice once again on our Air model. Okay, I can see 140 FPS right now, and it dropped down to 130. So yeah, it's medium settings. So this game is totally playable on MacBook Air with good FPS count, and it's still full HD quality. And by the way, it's practically playable on our other laptop too, so on Neo. Yeah, so that's it. I think that this makes it. So thank you so much for watching this video. If it helped you or if you liked it, please consider subscribing to our channel, leave us a like and a comment below, and I'll see you in the next one.